Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Miro, and that's my pleasure to welcome you to the live coverage of Tolstoy Cup. It's a rapid chess tournament. It's its first edition this year. The tournament is held in Tolstoy's estate, Yasnaya Polyana, right? And we have 10 world prominent players who will compete in the course of 2 days in a single round-robin event. Okay, so games are about to get started, so just quickly, whom do we have here? The top seed, and well, perhaps the favorite on the list, is Anish Giri. He's facing Boris Gelfand in round 1, so Boris is here. Boris, well, sort of a veteran in this field, but yeah, we all know how well he can play on a good day, right? Then we have Kirill Alekseenko facing Maxim Matlakov. I believe those two grew together as chess players in St. Petersburg, so once again will be very interesting to watch. Nikita Vitiugov facing Anton Korobov. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, representing kind of a fresh blood, right? The young but already very, very strong player from Uzbekistan, and he's facing David Paravyan once again. A few years back you would say, okay, I don't know, just another Russian grandmaster, but let's not forget David Paravyan has won Gibraltar, and yeah, I mean, already quite a known name. And then we have, I might be wrong on this one, but I think both of those players, so Andreikin and Tomashevsky, are both 2 times Russian champions, and I'm wondering if Tomashevsky is 3 times Russian champion. So that's the Russian super final we are talking about, the big tournament at the end of the year. Okay, so it'll be 10 players, therefore 9 rounds, 5 rounds played today, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds is the time control. I'd expect each round to take, perhaps about an hour. So I believe, yeah, it's 3 p.m. sharp here in Yasnaya Polyana, which is not that far from Moscow. It's a couple of hours drive, so you'd expect it's a Moscow time, right? And each round will start, I think, kind of in an hour sharp, right? All right, so the games are started, and let us take a look at something. Anish and Boris. I think we'll start with this one, and already an interesting opening choice from Anish. Giri on move 5. Yeah, as soon as we'll get the analysis board on the screen, we can try to talk a little about those opening subtleties. Yeah, so you can see Boris pausing at a very early stage, which is pretty unusual. Right, and what has happened there, I know, so for some reason we have the other board on the screen. No, that's not how it works, folks. Yeah, so we'll have to wait a bit. Yeah, so basically what happened in Giri against Gelfand is it was Gelfand's attempt to play the Mehran Slav. And after those, black plays d5, c6, e6, basically, right puts the knight on f6, and then white has a choice between e3, which leads to Mehran variation, or bishop g5, and Giri has played queen to d3. All right. And already, as you can see from a camera view, this g4 move, it looks like nowadays you can play g4 in pretty much every single position. All right, here, those are 2 Russian champions, Andreikin and Tomashevsky, and I'm wondering what their opening is. Yeah, so the board is getting fixed right now, and in a couple of minutes, hopefully, we'll be able to show the board. Okay, So to speculate a little about players' chances, yeah, it's honestly, I can see pretty much anyone winning this event because, yeah, well, on the list, you know, Nodirbek, for instance, he is perhaps one of the lower-rated folks here, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, that is, but it's all just because of, you know, rapid rating being a little bit kind of lagging behind the, you know, the strength, the actual strength of the player, because it's not that many rated rapid events, right? So now people do play a lot of rapid and blitz online, right? But those are not FIDE rated. Okay, and I think, yeah, I think let's test it again. Let's test it again. Hopefully we'll be able to get the board on a screen. It'll be much better to discuss those positions with the ability to, you know, to move the pieces, to look at the board. Right, so Giri's interesting opening idea seemingly leads to some sort of simplifications if Gelfand will choose to do so. All right, yeah. So we do have the board, and yeah, that's the moment I was talking about. So 4 moves in, and here you have basically 2 main moves are e3 or bishop g5, right? You can play g3 as well, you can do stuff, yeah. And queen d3 was played, which is, well, I don't quite remember what was... There was a certain concern about this move, as far as I remember. So it was kind of a offbeat variation, because you can play queen b3, and then one of the things to do for black is to take. And that's what happened in the game after queen d3, and this simply transposes one into the other, right? It does not matter really after queen c4, right? It's just the same. But there was some line against queen d3, which, yeah, let's not get in too much detail. All right, b5, a6. So black basically tries to play his Meran setup, right? Put the bishop on b7, knight on d7, later on play c5, usual Meran business. Right, and white played g2, g4. And this g4 move, as I said, it's very, very common nowadays, right? It's a favorite move of Shakhriyar Mamediyarov in pretty much any single position, right? And there is no straightforward answer, at least in this particular situation. There is no straightforward answer what would happen if black actually takes on g4. What happens if black actually takes on g4? So I suspect it just, I mean, white's compensation has something to do with the fact that, yeah, white's getting the semi-open g-file. Black is very unlikely to castle long in such situations, right? So what you want, especially after grabbing the pawn, what you want is some quick development, castle short, bring king to the safety, and there'll be little safety on the king's side, right, after rook g1. So I suspect the game would continue with something, you know, just developing moves, like e4, maybe, you know, well, bishop g2, even though it's kind of not interacts in the best way with the g file, right? But bishop g2 is once again a common move here. Okay. Anyway, the pawn was not taken. The pawn was not taken, so g4, c5. Well, following the, you know, the usual logic that you have to try to strike in the center, right, when your opponent is pursuing his goals on one of the flanks. g5, and then black played knight d5, d takes c5. Interesting. And now, if you capture on c5 with the bishop, I presume this would be slightly better for white. I mean, white can take on d5, and you end up with an isolated pawn for black. And if you take with the queen, so queen's off, isolated pawn in the end game, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not necessarily that much better, but maybe a chance. And if you take with the pawn, there is also kind of a bonus idea, queen c3, attacking this, almost forcing black to play bishop f8. So, once again, not that you would like for black necessarily. So after d takes c5, bishop b7. So it's a temporary pawn sacrifice on c5, right? White exchanges over there, bishop d5, bishop to e3. So he's hoping to protect this pawn for now, and knight goes to c6. So Boris clearly is opting for some sort of a counterplay connected with knight b4 jumps and so on. Bishop to g2 and h6 played pretty quickly by Boris Gelfand. That's an interesting twist. I was not expecting h6 here. I would rather consider something with knight to b4. h6. So if white captures, I presume black's gonna play g6. Then take this one. And it's interesting. I mean, it is an extra pawn, which is not that easy to take back, the pawn on c5. But at the same time, black pieces are nicely placed, right? So the bishop on d5 especially is very strong. And black will have a better pawn structure after he captures on h6. So I think black would have enough compensation, let's put it this way, and will not go any further than that. But yeah, it does seem to be enough to keep the balance. All right, let's not forget. Yeah, as you can see, I'm very talkative on those simplified positions. So let's not forget we have 4 other games. So just quickly, let me see what's going on here and there. Kirill, Alekseenko and Maxim Matlakov. I think what they play is something very well known to those players who play the Italian, right? It's actually, funny enough, it started as 2 knights defense, right? Knight f6, knight c6, knight f6. But nowadays you can rarely see those romantic knight g5 lines, and therefore it's almost always transposes into the Giocopiano Italian, unless your name is Shahryar Mamedyarov, and then you can play your h6, d6, g5 idea. That's what Shahryar is known for. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. I mean, I keep mentioning Mamedyarov for some reason. So c2, c3, d6, all that. It's once again, it's so confusing to me, at least, that you can nowadays. It seems that you can play pretty much any setup with black and be fine. So some people play h6, some people play a5, some people play a6, right? So after castles, for instance, yeah, a6, a4, bishop to a7, knight d2, castles, h3, h6. That's something very well known, I guess. b4 here. So white grabs the space quickly, rook e1, bishop e6, trade, and here you have 2 moves. You have bishop b2 and you have queen c2. So it's all started, I believe, as many lines in modern theory, it's all started with Kramnik playing this. Yeah. So it seems that white doesn't have any prospects to get an advantage. But interestingly enough, the knight on c6 is, as very often in Giocopiano as well as in the real opus, right? So the knight on c6 is restricted by this pawn on c3, and strangely, there is some sort of, a lack of harmony in black's position. So black has to remaneuver his pieces this way or another. So white does the usual stuff. So basically, that's how I would describe, how do you play the real opposite? You play knight d2, knight f1, and your position is slightly better for whatever reason, right? Because that's how it seems, right? Bishop e3. So the bishops are getting exchanged. Yeah, by the way, d5, so it looks like black is first to break in the center, but it turns out it does not really solve all the problems. Knight goes to e7, a5, knight g6, and once again, a very, very typical idea. White goes c4. Point being, applying extra pressure on black's center, and if black exchanges, right, so white's getting outpost on d5, and black would have gotten an outpost on d4 if his knight was still on c6. So it is very clever from white side. So you first wait for this knight to be deployed to g6, and then you come up with c4. d4, knight to f5. So alternatively, you could try to play knight d5 here. That's also a legit move, because black has some difficulties dealing with this knight. Interesting, since a6 is played, so c6, the move that you would consider to be kind of solving all the issues. Of course, c6 here is met with knight b6. That's something you don't want to do. Not immediately, and not even after, say, you've played queen d8, white did something, and still c6, knight to b6, and white might have some prospects on the queen side. Okay, but knight f5 is, once again, is very, very typical idea. King to h7, queen d2, rook a to e8. Somewhat mysterious move, right? So bring the rook to e8. So it will all be about those squares, like white's knight on f5 and black's potential to keep the knight on f4, right? So you might as well consider playing knight f4 earlier, like here, but then you have to consider those moves. Knight takes on e5. So now if rook e5, white simply captures on f4, right? Therefore, you probably want to trade this knight for at least a pawn, so you take on h3, pawn takes h3, rook e5, and God knows what kind of position is that, right? Because white can try to push this pawn like f4, bring the rooks, rook e2, rook g2, might develop into something. Okay, so rook e1 and rook e8 and rook to f1. So a bit of a mysterious move once again. So somewhere in the distant future, white is planning to play f2, f4, and therefore perhaps he decided to put the rook on e1. So not much going on really. A lot of pieces on the board. So interestingly, all the bishops got exchanged, and that's pretty much it, right? It's not very often. All right, let's move on. Vitiugov against Korobov. That's something that... okay, let me see. This earpiece keeps falling, so apologies for that. I think that this has to be something very, very familiar. Right, so it's a Nimtsovich defense, that's what you call it, right? Because you have a lot of openings named after Nimtsovich. So this one's Nimtso-Indian, yeah, pardon me. Nimtsovich defense is knight c6 against e4, not to be confused. So d5, c takes, and knight on e2. It's pretty much a Carlsbad structure with white bishop being behind the pawn chain, right? So if you'd have the bishop on g5, you'd be talking about kind of ideal Carlsbad structure for white. But yeah, the bishop is on c1. Rook e8, bishop d2, bishop goes to d6, queen c2. Now black has to take care of this square, therefore a6 is played, f3. And yeah, and then that's once again, that's a typical plan for white, right? He's trying to push e4 and e5, of course, if allowed, or sometimes would opt for g4, but that's perhaps after castling long. Yeah, that's getting embarrassing, this earpiece thing. So black reacts, yeah, and that's once again, that's very typical. So that when f3 is played, black reacts with c5. Not earlier than that. So imagine white does something else, white castles short, and then if you play c5, you've basically created this target, the isolated pawn, more or less for free, right? But after f3, it's another story, right? c5, pawn takes, bishop takes, and now e3 is the target. So e4 is played, knight to c6, knight to d5, knight e5. That's an interesting sequence. Because, yeah, after e4, you probably don't want to take, because knight takes and you're about to lose the h7 pawn, right? So the bishop on c5 is hanging. If you take, yeah, bishop takes, and once again h7 is hanging, as well as the bishop on c5. I mean, you can probably go further along this line, like check on h4 and so on, but, yeah. Anyhow, Korobov decided he doesn't want it, so knight c6 is a pawn sacrifice, but if I'm not mistaken, it was played already. Knight to d5, knight e5 castles. Now you can take on d5, take on d3, and rook to e5 was the final move. Not only attacking the pawn, but also preparing bishop f5. So that's now it's a serious question how to deal with that for white. So you could think of bishop c3 move, but then a check is very annoying. A check is very annoying because king b1 you loses to bishop f5, and yeah, coming back to d2 after a check is something you don't want to do. So you could try to do it from the other side, right? To go bishop f4. But then once again, bishop f5, and how do you meet that? Because rook c8, you know. So queen d2, for instance, queen d2, and black can play rook c8, and he's threatening bishop e3. And the more I look at it, the more there is a feeling that this might be dangerous for white. And maybe his kind of primary target is not to stop bishop, not to protect the pawn, but to stop bishop f5. It could be that he needs to play some sort of knight g3 move, rook to d5, queen c2, hope for bishop c3, and at least he's secured against this bishop f5 thing. All right, so let's get back to the actual game position. Vitiugov had more time in this position, but now I think they're almost even on the clock. And Korobov's position looks promising. That's how I would describe it. Okay, let's move on. We have Abdusattorov and Paravyan. And that's that's a very, very original position. So it's all started with the Dutch defense. That's something that you do not see very often nowadays. Knight c3, knight f6, and bishop to g5. And that's one very interesting position. That's one very, very entertaining structure, because I've tried playing it myself, I think with both colors. And imagine you're playing the Rossolimo Sicilian, the one with the exchange on c6. And now imagine that the position is mirrored. So basically someone has confused the sides, the flanks, right? Because that's exactly what it is. That's a Rossolimo Sicilian with the sides reversed. So king side becomes the queen side and so on. And it does add some stuff to this position. So it's not, yeah, you do stuff you do in the Rossolimo Sicilian, but there are twists. Yeah, but still, you know, the key ideas are the same. So black wouldn't mind getting this knight to e4, same as he does, you know, rerouting the knight in the Rossolimo to get it to d4. So that's a very, very peculiar position. All right, so we go on and on. And yeah, somewhere around this point, yeah, after g6, h4, and yeah, I think h5 is the actual move here. But then black is, I mean, it's kind of a, you know, kind of a wall, right? So it's not that easy to progress with white, it would seem. But somehow it's not such a pleasant position. It's not such a pleasant position. I'm not quite sure. I think queen f3 is something you could think about in this situation, like queen f3 and later on some queen g3 or something. And there is also such ideas, but Perhaps later on, yeah. So maybe you just play queen e2, you castle long, and then f3 and g4. With all that being said, Black decided not to react. So he plays bishop d6 after knight b5. Interestingly, Black doesn't really mind exchanging of this bishop. So knight d6, queen to d2, castles, rook e8, h5, and g5. All right, so Black got rid of... I don't know if it was a bad bishop. Yeah, right. So the bishop on d6. So technically, you would describe this bishop as the good bishop in a position, right? So Black has more pawns on light squares, right? And so that's technically a good bishop, but it doesn't have any objects to attack, right? So therefore, Black thought that he's happy with exchanging of this bishop, and in this position, so the only weakness remaining is the f5 pawn, but it can hardly be targeted. So I think Black does okay. And then h6, and white knight starts its journey to g7. That's something very interesting. Look, knight to g7, king b1, c3, so preparing to, to apply some extra pressure on this f5 pawn. And the knight on g7 is an interesting piece. I mean, it doesn't do an awful lot, right? But it targets f5, and it's some sort of an imposter. It kind of irritates Black, right? So it controls the e6 square. It very importantly, perhaps, controls the e8 square, so there is no pressure on the e file, right? So that's an interesting piece. I mean, anyway, in such structure, right, Black has a lot of those central squares covered. So it's not that easy for white to, to find a square for the knight. And then this knight on g7 is perhaps a clever placement for this piece. All right, so Paravyan is thinking after c3. What does Black do in such situation? I mean, opting for c5, you probably will have to start with b6. Yeah, b6, then c5, then c4, grab more space and then continue. Follow up with b5, a5, and so on. Yeah, maybe that's kind of a big plan for Black. Alternatively, what you can do, you can think of playing knight c4 here. Knight c4, which might force... It's actually not a bad move, now that I look at it. Because if it forces white to capture on c4, Black isn't unhappy at all. So bishop will be put on g6, queen can be played to d5, and then slowly, lifting the pieces so that you can finally put something on the e file, right? You cannot do it by playing rook e8, but rook f7, rook e7 works just fine. So therefore, knight c4 could be an interesting move, and maybe white will simply reply with queen c1, then king a2, and eventually b2, b3. Because, yeah, after queen c1, you have to take care of f5 pawn. Maybe just queen c1 and b3 next move. Okay, so let's leave Paravyan thinking. Let's move to the remaining game in this round, and that will be Andreikin and Tomashevsky. Dmitry Andreikin and Evgeny Tomashevsky. So, here, it's a queen's gambit with bishop f4. Something that, kind of experiences spikes and then dips in popularity, right? So it was played in kind of Petrosian times, right? Then it was, it was brought back in around 2010, around 2011, the candidates matches in Kazan and so on. And then White's choice to start playing bishop f4 more over bishop g5 was back then, I think, connected with the Lasker defense, right? So, well, after bishop g5, everybody started to play Lasker defense, and yeah, people all of a sudden realized, oh, okay, it's a very solid opening. I can't really do much against that. Yeah, so they almost switched exclusively to this bishop f4 thing. And then in candidates matches in Kazan, yeah, this knight bd7 system thing was played by Vladimir Kramnik and then picked up by, you know, World Elite and so on and so on. Right, c5, and this is exactly, yeah, this knight h5 move is exactly the way that Kramnik played back in 2011. Exchange here, and of course, since then, yeah, it's been a lot of games, it's been a lot of, you know, the theory evolved, so on and so on. c6, castles, bishop a6, and this is a very, very important moment, I think. Bishop a6, your ability, it really depends a lot if you can or cannot play bishop a6, and there have been, you know, very forcing lines, starting with exchange here and then b5 in the right moment, but seemingly it is holding for black, and therefore white takes absolutely different approach. So simply plays g2, g3, after bishop f6 jumps to e5. More pieces getting traded, and well, but still, you know, white has substantial space advantage, right? And black's knight on d7 is somewhat passive, and the game just finished. So that means white's substantial advantage was not enough, perhaps, right? So here, b5, which is a typical break in such positions, rook to c7, captured on b6, captured on c6, all for the draw. Yeah, it's not much you can do, right? So could it be that this b5 was a bit too early? It does seem so, to be honest, because I still think white would have slightly better chances in such positions, simply because the knight on d7, it's really, really hard to activate this knight. And yeah, and after b5, perhaps this rook c7 was missed, or, I don't know, underestimated in a way. Because now if you can't really hold those pawns, right, if you are forced to take on b6, that means, yeah, you're just helping black to get the knight on c4. Anyway, so that's our first result. That's a draw for Andreikin and Tomashevsky. And let's go back. Let's go back to Giri and Gelfand. This game is in progress at full swing. Right, so after h6, remember that was the last time we've looked at this position. g6 was played, quite interestingly. g6. So the pawn is of a less value than the pawn structure, right? So if the pawn is taken, then knight h4 would be played, and perhaps, yeah, those bishops are getting exchanged. Since the pawn on g6 is somewhat weak, so I believe that's the idea behind Giri's pawn sacrifice. All right, so bishop e7, a4, b takes a4. Yeah, I'm not sure about this a4 move, to be honest, but maybe, yeah, maybe white just needs something to do. a4 captured, then eventually Boris takes on g6, bishop f6, and now what do we have? It's equal material. Black's pieces are nicely placed, so the only kind of source of worry could be the a pawn somewhat hanging, right? All right, so rook f to a1, a5, bishop d4. Honestly, here, I believe if black simply trades everything, like on d4 and g2, and gets into this endgame for rooks ending, I think that should be enough for a draw. By the way, just paid attention that Boris' time is down to 2.5 minutes, and less than 2.5 minutes. So it might be in a bit of a time trouble. Right, what's the time control? The chat's asking. It's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So still 10 seconds increment allows for, you know, some... I mean, there is no such thing as a terrible time trouble, right? You've played 2-3 moves and voila, you have half a minute. But still, yeah, it's not that easy. e4 is an interesting move. Bishop to b3, e5. did he just blunder this e4 thing? Now I kind of come to realize that Boris simply blundered this e4. The king e7 looks like an unlucky move. He doesn't look satisfied. Yeah. So basically, what has happened? Rook a to b8. Maybe it's not yet. Maybe it's not yet desperate. But still, it's two bishops for a rook and a pawn. And the pawn on c5 is still alive. So rook b8, bishop c3 played by Anish Giri. Now he starts having threats like knight h4, targeting the pawn on g6 and the knight on c6 at the same time. I guess Boris is in quite a bit of a trouble. Rook to c8. Well, knight d2, knight is heading towards c4, b6 or d6. It's a desperate situation for Gelfand. I think Giri has a great advantage here. Right, let me see what happens in the other games. Alekseenko against Matlakov. Still, the position didn't change all that much, but some open files on the queen side. And don't know why, but all those positions seem for me to be better for white, but perhaps not. Yeah, like white just lost the pawn. I didn't realize that, in fact, the pawn on a5 was hanging, so I didn't realize it was black to move. Right, so that's how it happens. King to h2, and then let me see if I'll be able to use the arrows. Yeah, c5. And interestingly, white decided not to capture, but to play rook b8 and to play b5, to open the b file in this way. The decision that, in hindsight, might be called dubious. Knight to e7, and yeah, this knight is nicely rerouted to c8. And those knights, again, like knight on d6 covers the b7 pawn. So rook has to leave, queen a5, queen e2, queen to d8, and knight goes to f5. All right, so in fact, black is just a pawn up for good, right? And he can play g6, which does seem to be a good move, and that's what he did. Yeah, g6, exchange on d6 happens. So the knight on g3 now is restricted. The b pawn, the extra pawn, it might not be all that easy to convert it, because it's constantly hanging on this open b file. But if you think a bit, you can imagine a situation where black plays b5. After this capture, he goes c4, breakthrough this way. And then, yeah, once again, the material balance is getting restored after that. But, black will have a serious positional advantage. That's how it looks. So I'd say Matlakov's position is much better. All right. But given the fact that it's a rapid chess, still anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. The knight f1, all of a sudden, I'm looking at the different side of the board, and why not f5 here? Why not f5? Or maybe put the rook on c7 first. This might be clever. Put the rook on c7 first, so you kind of supporting the idea of b5, c4. It's a multi-purpose move, right? Kind of maneuver, a multi-purpose maneuver. So you put the rook on c7, you protect the b pawn. Wait a second. What did he do? King g7. Okay, just some solidifying move. Knight d2 and rook to a3. Rook to a3. Hinting at the fact that the d3 pawn is vulnerable. Yeah, Giri wins, by the way. Giri wins against Boris Gelfand. That's the final position. And it seems that it was just a disastrous king e7 move. So instead, as I said, yeah, this exchange over here looked absolutely sane. Like knight d4, exchange on g2, take on d4. Maybe a bit of suffering, but yeah. I think black should have been able to draw this one. All right, so Matlakov is the pawn up, and then we have Vitiugov and Korobov with, oh well, that's a position to that's a position to discuss. The king on e3, the active king, and of course Abdusattorov Paravyan. Oh well, that's another the picturesque position with knight on g7 and just a few seconds left for Paravyan. I mean, what was that? What was that? Bishop to g6. How did it happen? A g4, rook e3, takes on f5, rook d3, takes on g6, knight c4, a clever move, because now if you take, it's queen b5, hitting this and threatening knight a3. That's a beautiful trick. Knight c4, but white says I couldn't care less. Rook h2, protecting d2, queen b5, king a2, knight e3, and queen goes to b3. Because, you know, black has a lot of jumps. I call those jumps like straightforward threats, right? But at some point he will have to deal with the h-pawn, and this might be not that easy. So exchange here, and finally black captures on g6. It's an intriguing position, right? Because h7, you have no other choice but to block it. Yeah, rook h8, and knight to e8. It's a beautiful move, hitting f6. And it seems that's the moment where black's position falls apart. Black would be, you know, black would be very happy to sacrifice an exchange. So imagine b6 is already there and white just spent some moves. So black would be very happy to take the knight, get rid of this h-pawn and so on. Yeah, but yeah, regrettably, b6 is not played yet. So not much you can do. Knight f5, knight takes f6. And as I said, yeah, now it looks like g5 pawn's going to fall. I mean, everything's going to fall. Knight, hang on a second. Is knight d4 a legit move? Knight d4 check, king goes, knight f. Hang on a second, what's going on? Knight f3? Knight f3 is captured, yeah. And rook h6, rook g6 wins. I think rook h6, rook g6 is what he's going to play. Rook h3 is a possibility, right? But I actually think rook h6 was good enough, yeah. So now if the rook on g1 is captured, it's rook g6, and you cannot really prevent rook g8. Okay, so what has happened is rook h3, c6. So this gives black time to, you know, to at least play c6, and now there is no back rank checkmate. Rook g to g3, g4. He's losing a piece, isn't it? Yeah? Knight to g4 simply. Yeah, knight takes g4. And it's not much black can do. It's a deadly pin on the third rank. Yeah, well played by Abdusattorov. It's a very, very nice, very entertaining game. Knight to e1, yeah, understandable, but now you just... Ah, no, he doesn't even take, yeah, and he's absolutely right. Look, if you take on d3, black still would have some chances of saving the game, right? And instead, he simply plays knight back to f6, rook d2, rook takes g6, and black has to resign now. Rook g8 is a deadly threat, and black cannot generate any kind of counterplay over there. Okay, king c7, but I don't see what black can do after rook g8. So play a position, rook down, not really. Yeah, rook g8, and it's a win. It's a win for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the youngest player in this tournament, I believe. So we are left with two games, Vitiugov Korobov, where something very, very sharp happened. Yeah, quite. Yeah, there is simply no time to go back, and I think a draw was agreed. And that's a bit of a surprise, because I was thinking black could opt for more. But yeah, but it all ended with a perpetual check. I mean, there was some excitement here in this game. Look. Check over there, and check on c7, and g5 check, king g3, and then finally a perpetual with c7 and b6. So we are left with this one last game, Alekseenko and Matlakov playing still. Everything under control for Maxim Matlakov. He's improving his position gradually. Upper pawn, b5 is in the air once again. f5 might be played at some point. Yeah, now there is not a single doubt that Black's position is winning objectively. I mean, there is nothing to discuss, but still, you know, with shorter time control, you have to be very, very precise. All right, so it's Matlakov to move. b5 is an option. Putting the rook on a3 could be an option as well. I wonder how would you guys evaluate queen a4? Because this seems to be an interesting move. No, he decided against it. He plays queen c6, which is once again not a bad idea at all. Planning to play f7, f5 at some point, knight f3, and f6. Okay, but with knight on f3 now, d3 pawn is kind of less protected, right? So there will be some cases where, all right, queen b3, so now the rook has to be moved somewhere. What do you do? Do you go back, or? I mean, I would still try to play this queen a4 thing, because white's knight is very far away from doing anything useful. And now that I'm thinking, I don't know where the square for this knight is, right? So if we get the endgame here, and yeah, and rook b6 obviously would be a disaster if not for rook a6, right? So rook a6 is here, and I believe this should be easily winning position for black because of the outside passed pawn. So queen a4 is something that I would seriously consider. Rook a4 was played instead, yeah, also makes a lot of sense. Rook a4, rook b4, that's perhaps another favorable exchange for black. Queen c2 and queen to a6, this way, planning to return to the second rank with the rook. Knight h2, rook goes to a3, and then c3. Now that's, you know, that's perhaps too much for black to handle. Sorry, for white, of course. Yeah. Rook a3, queen d1, and Matlakov returns to c6. So now f5 is once again in the air. There might be some sacrifices, you know. There might be some sacrifices on e4, in some, or c4, whatever. There might be ideas once again connected with b5, then just take with the knight, go to c3. However, in this case, if seventh rank is getting kind of cleared of all the pieces, black's king is also not 100% safe, so black has to exercise some caution. Yeah, Alekseenko just played king to g1. Once again, sidestepping the pin line. Queen d7. Queen d7 looks like one of those moves that tell I just don't know what to do, right? Queen d7 does not look like a part of a plan, but maybe just a move to accumulate some time to probe from a different angle. And yeah, the position is getting repeated, but I don't think, yeah, I don't think we can. We won't be discussing threefold repetition because it's not happening. Knight to g4, and for the first time in this game, white actually might have some threats connected with queen f3. So interestingly, Matlakov is struggling a bit. Back to d7 he goes. Hang on a second. So now, if white plays knight h2, the position repeats for a second time. And with queen on c6, it'd be also the second. Yeah, so, all right. This won't happen because white played queen to f3, queen e6, guarding f6, of course. But now that those moves like rook b6, they are annoying. rook b6, rook a6. Yeah, because I presume white was threatening to capture on d6 and go queen f5 and then, yeah, you know, get the audience with the black king. Right, rook to a6, rook goes back to b2. Let me see, rook back to a3. Are we repeating moves, guys? That's something you would not expect. Rook b2, of course. White, yeah, white is absolutely happy to repeat the moves. Let's see what comes up next. It's not easy to tell. Yeah, I think Matlakov misplayed it quite a bit, because now it won't be easy to get rid of those white pieces. Rook a3 and hang on a second. It'll be a threefold. Now, if Alekseenko, I mean, he can claim a draw, can. Well, I wanted to say play rook b6. He has to kind of record rook b6, address an arbiter or something like that. That actually separates this over-the-board chess from the, you know, from the online, because there in online it'd be automatically threefold repetition would be automatically, you know, will just stop the game. And here he plays rook b6. That's quite interesting. Quite interesting, yes. Yeah, so now I'm 100% sure it's a threefold repetition, but none of the players is claiming that. That's so curious, because I believe still Matlakov's position is better, so he can try to play on, but he just keeps repeating, and therefore, I mean, in such situation, it just implies that one of them is wrong. Right, the position is not that equal. So finally a draw agreed without making a next move. And that concludes round one. So we have two winners. It's Giri, who beat Boris Gelfand, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov won against David Paravyan. 3 other games finished in a draw. And we have about 10 minutes, I believe, before the next round's going to start. Right, so it leaves me with a bit of a disappointment in this last game, because I thought, you know, and creating some sort of a counterplay, and therefore being able to hold the draw. All right, so yeah, now you can see the cross table. Okay, not much to discuss here. Yeah, those who won, they're leading. Those who lost, they're sharing the last place, but it's only one round. So once again, a reminder, 5 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow. Yeah, some information to be taken from this cross table is the ratings of the players. And it's interesting, yeah, that those are rapid ratings. You can see Nodirbek Abdusattorov is the lowest rated by a series margin, 25-40, right? And I'll keep saying that those rapid ratings, they're sometimes kind of not kind of lagging behind the actual strength of the player. And interestingly, the top seed is not even Anish Giri, who would have been top seed, of course, if we take the standard ratings, right? But Anton Korobov has the higher rapid rating in this tournament. All right, so I'll probably go for a short break, and we'll be back just 1 minute before the start of the next round. So thanks very much, and please join in a few minutes.
Музей шахмат ведет свою историю с 1980 года, но его полноценная жизнь началась после переезда в новые отреставрированные залы в 2014 году. В основе экспозиции коллекция известного ленинградского собирателя Вячеслава Домбровского. Его портрет занимает в музее почетное место. Фонды пополнялись и пополняются благодаря подаркам любителей шахмат и именитых гостей, трофеям советских и российских чемпионов. В залах представлены редчайшие комплекты шахмат, от Японии до Ирландии, в том числе художественные работы мирового уровня. Рядом с изящными шедеврами из фарфора, слоновой кости и эбенового дерева картонные шахматы блокадного Ленинграда и шахматы, первыми летавшие в космос. Самому старому экспонату, шахматной доске из Эфиопии, 400 лет. Есть среди экспонатов шахматы царских детей и подарки советским вождям. Впечатляет богатая экспозиция афиш, начиная с 1937 года. Всего в коллекции музея более 700 оригиналов афиш. Немало в экспозиции призов с соревнований мирового уровня. С шахматной олимпиады в Салониках, например, наши сборные победительницы привезли кубки в виде древнегреческих чернофигурных ваз. В залах выставлены картины, редкие книги, в том числе рукописные. В их числе первый русский шахматный учебник 1821 года, первый шахматный журнал «Паламет» и первый в мире турнирный сборник 1851 года. Есть в коллекции музея личные вещи великих шахматистов: Михаила Чигорина, Александра Алехина, Михаила Ботвинника, Василия Смыслова, Тиграна Петросяна. На почетном месте всегда привлекающий посетителей столик легендарного шахматного матча Карпов-Каспаров 1984 года и фоторепортаж об этом событии известного шахматного фотографа Бориса Долматовского.
So, welcome back, dear friends, and the second round of Tolstoy Cup is about to start. So, once again, a reminder, that's 10 players, 9 rounds, single round robin, rapid time control, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, and 5 rounds will be played today. Right, after round 1 we have 2 leaders. It's Anish Giri, who defeated Boris Gelfand, and it's Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who won against David Paravyan. And the pairings for the second round, it's Matlakov, Tomashevsky, Paravyan, Andreikin. Korobov, the highest rated player, will face Abdusattorov. Gelfand plays with Nikita, Vitiugov, and Kirill, Alekseenko will have the white pieces against Anish Giri. I'm curious to see Korobov's game against Abdusattorov, so I think I'll start with that one. And we still have a couple of minutes before the games will start. Right, as I said, it's really hard to predict the winner in this kind of tournament because, yeah, you do have some favorites on paper, but yeah, on a given day, you know, it's rapid chess, so anything can happen. Right, so the game's started, and d4, c4, no surprises from Anton. Korobov still plays his d4 the same way as he used to. I think first game I've played against Anton Korobov was perhaps like 20 years ago, or maybe more than 20 years ago, and he's still around. He's actually the ELO favorite of this tournament. And pretty quickly they've reached one of the thematic positions in so-called modern Benoni defense, right? And it was, interestingly, it was the way I call it's kind of a fair modern Benoni, because you can play e6, trying to scare your opponent with bishop b4, and then wait for him to play knight f3, or even better, g2, g3, and only then go for c5. In fact, it is considered to be a bit more clever way of playing the Benoni, but it would not work against Korobov, who is a big fan of, you know, knight c3 and all the Nimzo positions he plays with white anyway. Right, and here it was 2c5. That's what you call the Benoni structure, right? So white has potential with e4 and later on f4, breaking in the center with e5, smashing black, or other way around. If black gets b7, b5 going, and then, you know, starts to chase white's pieces on the queen side, that basically that means that the game went black's way. Knight to f3, g6, and then somewhat, yeah, once again, if you are not familiar with this position, next move is somewhat surprising. That knight d2, why would you move the piece? Why would you move the piece for the second time, right? Bishop to g7, e4, the knight on d2 supports the e4 pawn, and later on we'll go to c4, which is considered to be the best square for this knight in such structure. Bishop to e2, knight a6, and is that all? Yeah, Korobov is thinking after knight a6. I get, or we have, no, I think something happened with the signal, because I can clearly see that he's castled already, but yeah, the games are not updating. Sometimes happens, yeah, I presume castle was played, and yeah, we'll figure out later what, or maybe just one move was played, yeah. Seems that Korobov's game is not updating, the others do. So let's move on. Let's see Kirill, Alekseenko and Anish Giri. Once again, a heavy theoretical line, a lot of moves played quickly. That's a knight of variation we are talking about. Knight of variation in the Sicilian, the opening that Anish Giri himself did, an opening course for Chess24 or Chessable, whatever you call it. Castles, rook e1, and that's one intriguing line. And when I first got introduced to this system with white, it's actually, you know, it's mind-blowing, because what white does seems to be really, really strange. Like you're not supposed to develop pieces in such a way. So you put the rook on the closed file, right? The very next move, you put the bishop in a really strange position on f3. And then what you do, you actually try to maneuver this knight from b3 to d2, f1, e3, and later on d5. So that way, white, I mean, he puts his pieces on somewhat awkward squares, but what he's trying to achieve is kind of completely paralyze black's active counterplay, kind of structural counterplay, which is d7, d5, d6, d5 break. So you cannot do much with black shuffling the pieces around. So you want to play d5 at some point. And that's precisely the system that fights against it. And I think first it was introduced by, or at least I've seen Gennady Kuzmin playing it like long time ago. Once again, we are talking like 20 years ago. And of course, since then, you know, white improved kind of move orders, the plans, and as well black is, I mean, it's much harder to catch people off guard nowadays with this system, but it still kind of works, right? Bishop to e3, that's sort of an alternative, because as I said, you can start transferring the knight from b3 immediately. You can keep the bishop on c1 and try to play knight d2, f1, e3. Right, that's a little bit different story. So bishop e3 first, knight to d7, a5. Oh, well, thematic move, rook a to b8, and rook e2. So rook e2, rook d2, one of the ideas, but more so, I believe you just try to protect the c2 pawn and then play up. Sorry, knight is not supposed to move like that. You're trying to play knight d5. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Or rather, be ready to play knight d5. Not necessarily you're going to play knight d5 on the next move, but if c2 is protected, it kind of increases the odds of you playing knight to d5 under favorable circumstances. And once again, it's you know, it's not easy for black to decide what to do, because d5, as we've discussed, is out of question. And the other thing to do is to try to play b5, which hardly works here. b5, I think, quite simply captures on a6, and well, it's not that simple perhaps, because if you capture on a6, there is bishop c4. Yeah, maybe then, yeah, I think, yeah. Let's see what he's done. No, he didn't play this. He went queen to c6. And yeah, and I remember people playing queen c6 in such situations, but I honestly have difficulties explaining what's all about. You do not really attack e4. I mean, it might have something to do with control over a4 square, because some rook a4, or rather rook a4 is the move in some positions, so maybe it kind of fights against rook a4. It does allow knight d5. It does allow knight d5. Because now you simply can't take with the knight, right? Well, maybe you're not that unhappy with this position. So bishop takes, pawn takes, queen moves, c7, or b5. I mean, b5 is riskier, because not that many squares left for this queen, but at the same time, it's of course much more active on b5, like kind of getting a hang of those pawns. Rook d2, I would imagine, and something. Okay. And alternatively, after knight d5, you can accept it. Yeah, you've got your knight d5 draw, and just go bishop d8. Later on, hoping, you know, to play b5, and maybe this bishop gets to b6. That's another story. All right. So Alekseenko is thinking knight d5 is not played yet, and let us switch to some other game. Matlakov and Tomashevsky, just quickly, because I do not expect anything big going on in this game at the very beginning. They both are very solid fundamental players. You know, and what happens here is d3 relopes. And once again, I don't know about you guys, I'm not able, I mean, after a few more moves, I will not be able to tell, was it the Rui Lopez, was it the Giocopiano thing? You know, now, I mean, of course, when you see the pawn on b5, the odds of this being the real Lopez increases. But let's be fair. I mean, when you see something like this, so the bishop maneuvered to c2, right, and all the plans are exactly the same as I've described during round one. So how does one play the real Lopez? He brings the knight on f1 and claims a slight advantage. That's pretty much what happens in this game, right? Knight d2, knight to f1, and then either here or here. And interestingly enough, in such positions, if you don't know what you're doing with black, it's very easy to get in trouble, strangely. I mean, white literally does all the same every game after game after game, right? And yet, there are many examples where white gets the advantage. b4, d4, and now I believe it's the time for you to take on c3. That's a very clever thing to do. You trade on c3, you capture on d4, and then you use the b4 square. I think that's what's considered to be the antidote to white's plan. All right. So Evgeny Tomashevsky is thinking he is known for, for his skills, for his good results and also good play at the black side of the board in the Ruy Lopez. I remember his victories against Peter Swidler, I believe in some Grand Prix event and so on. So, of course, very experienced, knows what he's doing. But it's getting a little bit boring. Let's agree on that. 15 moves, not a single pawn exchanged. So we move on. We move on, guys. Paravyan and Andreikin. Contrary, a lot of stuff exchanged. That's quote-unquote boring line. 4 knights d4 or Scotch d4, something like that. Bishop b4. All that is no, not really. Right here, bishop d3. And this is the position according to modern theory, you're supposed to play d5 and only then castle, right? For some reason, which we don't know. Castles, d5, takes, and then there was an attempt to play clever by going h3, queen f3 once again. I will repeat it, introduced by no one else but Vladimir Kramnik. But then eventually black found an antidote to this one. Bishop g5 is kind of an old-fashioned line. Rook b8, which actually has like pretty drawish reputation, so to speak. Like the position is sort of sterile very quickly. b3. And it's considered to be sterile because white usually captures on f6, exchanges the queens, and the game progresses from there, but not for long. Right, and in our game, Paravyan went bishop f4. And even though the position is simplified, you can't really say it's absolutely drawish, right? So it's kind of a slight imperfection in black's pawn structure. So imagine this pawn being there, draw agreed, right? Being as it is, well, sometimes the c5 square will be used, right? Sometimes maybe this pawn gets to c4 and then black will have to react this way or another. Okay, black plays c5. By the way, queen e3 is not a blunder, because if you go d4, looks like a fork, right? Knight e4 is there for white. And in fact, this seems to be simply better for white, right? It's a very active knight on d6, and so the pawn structure is getting damaged. And if you exchange on e4, then it leaves the rook on b4 somewhat offside. And white's going to play rook e1, white's going to seize the e-file. It's not much. In any case, it's not much for white. It's not like white all of a sudden gets overwhelming advantage, but it will be something to play for. All right, so c5 was played, rook f went to e1, bishop e6, rook a to d1, so centralizing literally everything. And after queen c7, now one has to care about d4 being a threat, and therefore knight a4 is played. Knight a4 targeting the c5 pawn, and that's, very often what happens is black plays d4, white moves the queen away, then undermines this d4 pawn with c3, and gets slight advantage because c pawn will be weak. So So knight a4, and it's about time. It's about time for Andreikin to make a decision. So perhaps he won't play d4 right now. There is rook c8 as an alternative. It's a little bit, it's a little bit passive, but at the same time, the knight on a4 is also not a piece to be, not a piece to be proud with. So rook c8 is a legit move. Okay, so moving on. Boris, Gelfand, and Nikita Vitiugov are well. And Boris is still advocating his Catalan lines, and that's very interesting. At some point in my career, I got inspiration from Boris's games to play the Catalan, and in a weird way, I can say that perhaps like part of my chess income came from from this inspiration from playing the Catalan. So thank you, Boris. Right, and this line d takes c4, bishop g2, a6 is a very, very, very many times very ambitious line for Black, because he's basically denying White the possibility to win the pawn back. So he says, like, that's the moment you're supposed to give me a check on a4 and win the pawn on c4 back, because after that I'm not letting you do this. Knight e5, bishop b4 check, and here, if I remember correctly, there was this crazy line with bishop d2, queen d4, capture on b4, queen e5, and so on, which leaves Black with two extra pawns in a crazily complicated position. Or there is knight c3, where Black goes knight d5, castle short. And I had a game like this, I guess, because one of the things you can do here for Black is just take and continue, grabbing all the pawns possible. And interestingly, White kind of always has the compensation, to such an extent that I think bishop a3 might be the move here. I don't quite remember, but it could be that bishop a3 is the move, and then you capture on d4, and White moves the queen, and then you capture a1, and White still has some initiative. Okay, castle for Black is much more solid, but this allows White to play knight e4, and we are getting one of those typical positions. Look, so Black managed to keep the pawn, and plays b5, but after b3, he has to take. Because c3, well, you keep the pawn, but not for long, right? That's going to be something. I'm not quite sure how it's done. I think it's queen c2, followed by knight d3, or just a3, b4. Eventually, White wins the pawn back and just simply gets free advantage. Therefore, after b3, you have to take. And we are getting this position where White supposedly has a compensation because of the c5 square. So the knight's going to get to d3 in a couple of moves. Queen c2, knight d3, and White will eventually put the knight on c5. So bishop b2, doubling on the a file against the a pawn, rook a6, and but on the other hand, how do you continue there? I mean, you can try to go knight c5, but then Black's going to take, and if you take with the knight, there is knight b4, so that's something you don't want to do. If you take with the pawn, however, Black is just on time to play rook a8. And despite the fact, you have a wonderful bishop on b2 and everything, right? But there is no straightforward continuation for White, and Black is up a pawn. Black is up a pawn, and he has some sort of a plan. Put the bishop on c6, play a4, and kind of solidify everything and try to prove the advantage. So it's one of those now or never moments for Boris, it seems. Because I believe objectively White has to have compensation, but, precision is, of course, required. It's one of those very complex strategic positions. What else? Shall we check? Alekseenko and Giri, I don't quite remember if we've checked any. Boris just made the move, which is knight to c3. So the question is, can black take on c3 with the knight? And perhaps the answer is no, right? Bishop takes b7, knight takes a2, bishop takes a6, the knight is trapped, and the bishop is not. Or, like c6, rook a2, knight b8 was the idea, but maybe I'm not in rush to take the knight. Yes, c6, I'll probably just take on c6. All right, but that's kind of the key question for black, if he can take on c3 or not. I mean, take on c3 with the knight, because bishop c3, now a5's hanging. If b4, it's sort of no, b4 is bad, because bishop d5 and bishop takes b4 using the pin on the a file. So black will have to take with the pawn, bishop b4, pawn takes. I believe it'll be white's. Yeah, it's kind of a huge advantage for white. It's an equal material, and it's kind of a whole caboodle of the weak pawns here. That's like feeling is like everything's going to fall. I mean, as soon as one pawn falls here, it's like you're losing all three. Right, so, well, it might be somewhat problematic for Vitiugov after knight c3, so good move found by Boris. Bishop takes, yeah, plays bishop takes back, and yeah, so b4 is not possible. Knight takes c3 here is possible, though, because now bishop b7, and I suppose you play bishop b7, because otherwise, yeah, I mean, just quickly, if queen c3, black has little to fear. Just takes, king takes, and I presume c5. I mean, if you want to equalize, you probably just play c5, pawn takes, and you attack the pawn, you give a5, you take c5, and should be good enough. Maybe b4 could have been thrown in after, like, c5, pawn takes, b4, something. Yeah, right, but, so I believe the key idea here is to take on b7, and then after knight a2, bishop a6, now black at least has knight b4. So knight takes and, say, queen takes. And I don't know what's going on, folks, because, I mean, I don't think black is ever better in such positions, but on the other hand, yeah, like queen c7, oh, sorry, queen c6 is just a silly move. Queen c7 perhaps, but then even queen d4 is possible. And yeah, you take on a5 and black just plays, don't know, knight c5. Rook a8 is another option. Yeah, feels like black should have enough. So, we'll see. And we'll see. Rook c6, just spotted. There is an attempt to play for a pin, but there is bishop d5. No, knight takes c3, of course, is played. Knight takes c3 is played, and we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Two legends playing against each other, I believe. Yeah, Vitiugov, you can call him a legend already, even though, I mean, my experience playing against Nikita, back then he was considered to be kind of a uprising young Russian star. So I still feel like, you know, he's a young man and so on, even though, yeah, already he's a very mature player. All right, so let's move on. Let's see how this Alekseenko against Giri evolved. After queen c6, indeed, knight d5 was played, bishop to d8, so I was right identifying Giri's intentions, c3, and that's once again. So rook on e2 makes knight d5 possible, and later on you put this pawn on c3, and your idea, yeah, is once again to reroute this knight from b3, which is, you know, a curse of white's position in many Sicilian variations. So bishop d5, e d5 eventually, queen goes to c4, rook e1, not to d2 but to e1, okay. b5, black desperately needs to organize some sort of counterplay. A takes, the bishop's getting swapped, so that's why the bishop went to d8. knight a5, queen to c7, queen d2, and rook e8. Okay, so that's going to be quite a sharp game because, you know, perhaps White's plan is somewhat easier to describe. It's put the knight on c6, it's play b4 perhaps, and then try to surround the a6 pawn. And Kirill starts with bishop e2. So targeting the pawn and also kind of sidestepping this e4 with the tempo. e4 still can be played, right? But that sometimes it's, you know, it's kind of a clever approach. So e4 is surely a plan for black, right? So he will play e4 sooner rather than later. And therefore you play bishop e2, and then if he plays e4, you identify which move you want to play next, instead of kind of playing the said move and only then reacting to e4. All right, bishop e2 played. It optically does look better for white, if I'm perfectly honest, because, you know, it's kind of black's chances of... I mean, if you look at the structure, right, so black has the king side majority, and you'd expect black to opt for some sort of e4, f5, this kind of things, and try to attack the king. But, well, the pieces are in such a way, right, so that for the time being, at least, I have difficulties kind of visualizing how exactly black's attack is going to play out. So perhaps it's going to be more about, you know, active piece counterplay thing, kind of targeting the d5 pawn, so basically interacting with white's plans, it's sort of avoiding white from winning the pawn on a6 too quickly, and so on and so on. Right, so after bishop e2, Giri thinking, and this gives us a chance to move to some other game, and as I said, I'm very, very interested in checking out the game of Anton Korobov. So let's go there. And yeah, so here the broadcast got stuck at some point. The transmission from the board got stuck, and yeah, we've missed a huge chunk of what has happened. All that is pretty standard. Yeah, so white goes a4, fights against b7, b5, a6. Once again, that's one of those, you know, one of those things, like the thing with Benoni, that you're starting to break the general laws, the guidelines, very early with black. And therefore, in order to play this position, you constantly have to, you know, you constantly have to, I mean, first of all, you want to be very precise, and secondly, you always break the rules. That's the feeling. Like, for instance, from structure standpoint, a6, a5 would always favor white, right? But black is not against it, because he'll be able to play b5 later on, like rook b8, b5. He will destroy his structure, but he will get the active piece play in return, right? So rook to b1, rook e8, and b4. So white kind of strikes first. Knight d7, cb4, rook b4, knight c5. So structure-wise, white's position is, of course, much better, right? So he has a central pawn, and black has the backward pawn on b7. But black gets some play, of course. Rook to b6. That's somewhat dangerous, this rook on b6, right? But it seems that Korobov has everything calculated. So knight to b4, queen b1, rook a6, the rook's getting exchanged. So now it's almost an extra pawn for white, right? So this e-pawn. But Korobov decides to sacrifice it. So he goes rook d1, allowing bishop c3 and knight e4. So black is up a pawn, but his pawn is doubled. And just look at this monster dark square bishop here. Bishop a1 intending queen b2 and jaque mat on g7. Knight c3, a cute trick, but doesn't really change the evaluation all that much. I would still think that black's position is very, very dangerous. The only concern for white is the queen is on b1. I mean, with queen somewhere around f4, it would be a safe bet to say that white is just winning. With queen on b1, that's a huge question if white can actually get the queen in the zone. Yeah, by the way, bishop d4 perhaps was needed because one of the threats was queen h4 double attack on the knight and the pawn on f2. So bishop d4, bishop f5, queen c1, rook c2, queen h6, threatening a checkmate, queen f8, and yeah, Korobov had to settle for an exchange, or decided to. I don't know, he has to because the knight on c4 is hanging, yeah, of course. Okay, it changes things quite a bit because, yeah, one might say the d-pawn, it's not going anywhere, the d-pawn. In fact, it can be taken on the very next move, it seems. It's like if you play bishop f6, black can actually take on d5. It's a big question if you can protect this pawn at all. Plus, your a-pawn is hanging. I think Korobov is in trouble, in fact. I think Korobov is in trouble. So the move to save the d5 pawn would be bishop e3. So this way you cover c1, and in case of knight d5, you're actually able to take on e5. But yeah, but black just captures on a4. And yeah, I'm very, very pessimistic about, you know, this pawn being promoted. It's like it'll be blocked on d7. It'll be blocked on d7. Black has a king very close. I think Nodirbek is in a perfect shape in this game. Might be just much better. Gelfand just blundered a knight, you're saying, guys. Seriously? Whoa. Whoa. Knight a2. Yeah, back to Gelfand. I'm sorry, but we go back to Gelfand and Vitiugov. Yeah, exactly. Vitiugov is the legend because Gelfand just blundered a knight. That's the position where, if you remember, I was looking at it and I was considering this knight b4, and honestly, I thought about this queen c7 for a fraction of seconds just to stop myself from saying it because knight a6. And believe it or not, but that's exactly what Boris Gelfand did. And, you know, I could try to be polite and pretend it was some sort of a clever sacrifice, but I don't believe it one bit. It's a horrendous blunder by Boris Gelfand, and I think, yeah, I mean, it's not much to discuss. It's just, I mean, some slight chances. It's not, maybe not the worst position, piece down, right? But yeah, but it's obviously, it's got to be lost. It's got to be lost. I mean, I don't know what happens with Boris. Rook c8, and yeah, not much to add to this. Not much to add to this. Okay, I mean, we can. And Vitiugov, I don't know if you guys are familiar with his facial expressions. He practically never gives away what's in his head. I mean, what emotions does he have? So the only notable example is, of course, his loss to Evgeny in the was it the quarterfinal? Yeah, the quarterfinal of World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk, I think it was. What was it? 2019. Yeah, that was of course a painful game, and yeah, if you were interested, you can. I believe it has to be on YouTube. This Armageddon game between Evgeny and Nikita Vitiugov. But other than that, you're unable to tell from his facial expressions if he's winning, if he's losing. I mean, what kind of the position is on the board. But for Boris, it's, yeah, you can see he's not happy with his position, and he has all the reasons not to be happy. All right, so finally I'm catching up with the chat as well. Isn't Vitiugov Nepo's second for the World Chess Championship? This, you know, first of all, I don't know, and even if I would know, I would not tell you guys. No, but seriously, I have no idea. I mean, obviously, that's not a secret that Potkin is around with Nepo all the time, right? But don't have any other information on who's on the team and so on. All right, so well, perhaps really not much to discuss about this game, but last one bit that I want to tell that, yeah, I mean, if you manage two things with white, kind of trade the queens in a favorable manner. I mean, you could take on c6 yourself just a move ago, right? But somehow, let's describe it, okay, you trade the queens and you put the knight on c5. Then, interestingly enough, it might be somewhat difficult for black. And yeah, and hang on a second, there was king f8 was played. I'm not sure if I like king f8, knight to c5, and how exactly will you, unfold all that position? Because if you naively trade and go king here, I wonder if this is a problematic position to win for black. Yeah, we have a result. Tomashevsky's game just finished. I believe it's a draw. I mean, it's supposed to be a draw. No, hang on a second. It says Tomashevsky has lost, but no, it's just a mistake. It's an arbiter's mistake, I believe. Yeah, you can see now that kings are in the center, king on e4, king on e5. So the result, yeah, it got corrected immediately. It is a draw indeed. Right, so Gelfand's, well, in trouble. Giri and Alekseenko. Okay, some changes here. After, yeah, let me see. After bishop e2, knight c5 was played. Bishop went to f1, rook e b8, b4, knight e4. He's lost a pawn on c3, or what's that? No, knight to c6, rook e c1, trade on d3, and knight d2. So Alekseenko ends up being a pawn down. a6 is, of course, is a target, right? So it's not that white's desperate, but so is d5. d5 is the target as well. So white has to do something about this d5 pawn, and he's got to be careful. Some rook a2 perhaps. Just attack the knight on d2. If knight b3, move the knight somewhere. Yeah, I presume this knight d2 is played in order to play the knight to b3 and d4, try to exchange the c6 knight. It's actually quite a puzzling position, because, I mean, my first reaction was, okay, black has won a pawn and now he starts to convert it. But I'm not sure if it could be further away from the truth, because it's actually black who might still have troubles here. Knight to b3. Now that I'm thinking, yeah, perhaps if black manages knight d4, exchange the knight, and make sure that any given moment white captures on a6, he's losing b4, then black is okay, and perhaps more than okay. All right, so Alekseenko is thinking over there. What else? Korobov with Nodirbek. So here. A lot of stuff simplified in Korobov's game. Korobov seemingly found the way. Remember, last time I was very pessimistic about his position. Knight e4 seems to be a very clever move, because after knight d5, knight f6, those are getting exchanged. Bishop a4, g4, rook c8. He exchanges the rooks as well. Bishop d1, g5, a4, king g2. King goes here, king d7. So the only question is if white will be able to zone out the king, and it seems that he successfully will. Yeah, king f4, and look at it. It's just a draw, right? So we keep the diagonal, and whenever black king is trying to, penetrate, white's going to react accordingly. So with king on d5, white puts the king on e3. With king on c4, white's going to put the king on d2. It's kind of always keeping the zone and so on. Yeah, so I think over here, not much can be done. Yeah, it's just a fortress. Just a fortress, and yeah, well, an interesting game. It looked very promising for Korobov. Then perhaps I mean, I did like his exchange, his pawn sacrifice, but then perhaps over there he kind of lost the momentum, or maybe himself as he was truly. Maybe we with Anton we just underestimated how unpleasant the threat of Queen H4 was. All right. So he plays Bishop F8 just to force the pawn to A2, and then it's going to come back. And yeah, and not much he can do, right? As I said, you always keep, let's establish the formula. So that's what we need, kind of the distance between the kings, right? So whenever black moves other pieces, we shuffle with the bishop. If the king's moved, we move the king. King d5, king e3, and so on and so on. It's just a draw. All right, so let me check something else. Paravyan with Andreikin. The game I do not recall at all. That's the one with 4 knights d4, right? Well, a lot of stuff happened, so let's talk a bit about the position which is on the board. So white's the pawn up, managed to grab g5. So the queens were traded on g5, and then white somehow got to take on g5. And after knight d4, look what happens. Rook takes d4. What's that? Rook d4, cd4, c3. So that's an exchange sacrifice, which wasn't forced, it seems. Which wasn't forced. Or maybe was it? Because now I just realized that knight c3, white captures on e6, captures on c4, and it's just a terrible position for black. So maybe this sacrifice comes kind of out of desperation. c3, rook to c1, c2. Okay. Is he able to grab the c2 pawn? a3, stopping knight b4, planning for bishop d3. There was kind of a plan B to take on d5 and play bishop d3, and I guess white would not lose this, right? He's winning the c2 pawn back. But a3 is of course a much more ambitious attempt. a3 is a much more ambitious attempt of simply covering the b4 square and opting for bishop d3, kind of grabbing the pawn for free. That's what Andreikin has to reckon with. And interestingly, Paravyan is down to like seconds, right? So 10 seconds increment. He has 11 seconds. That means he played his move having only 1 second on the clock. And I think I've noticed kind of a pattern, because it was the same in his previous game with Paravyan. Previous game with Abdusattorov. Paravyan, that is. Yeah, f6 eventually comes. Well, that's interesting. Why would you take? Was rook g3 possible? Or no, rook g3 would allow bishop f5, so that's why. So f6, he finally captures, goes bishop d3, so we are getting pretty much the same position, but not quite the same, because, you've just allowed bishop b3, right? So now white has to run with the king. King f1. King f1 gets to d2, captures the c2 pawn. Meanwhile, at the very least, you can do this, take on a3, and probably make a draw. Rook a2, king e2, take on a3. Rook ending pawn down should be good enough. Okay, so what's there? Matlakov drew with Tomashevsky. Korobov will make a draw. Gelfand, let's see. Gelfand still a piece down and is still fighting. I mean, that's something absolutely incredible. Kind of blundered a piece and still in the fight. And there is no guarantee whatsoever that black's going to win. Knight d1, king d2. Is it kind of a perpetual Not really. I mean, perpetual, not perpetual, but how do you call it? I mean, when you always attack the knight, yeah, no, not really, right? So the knight's going to hide on h3 for now, and the b pawn falls. The b pawn falls. Yeah, I think it's done. King e2. That he didn't play king e3. He played king e2. Let me see. Yeah, king e2, knight jumps to h3, of course. Yeah. And b6 check. Okay, don't see a reason not to take on b6. Knight d7 check, I presume. King goes pretty much anywhere, maybe b5 and knight f6, maybe that's what Gelfand is hoping for. Okay, there is kind of a last chance. There is a last chance based on the fact that you cannot checkmate with two knights, right? So White's idea in this position, White's task in this position is to exchange his entire army for 4 black pawns. So there might be a chance. There might be a chance. Was Tolstoy a big fan of chess? I'm not seeing a question in the chat. Well, they say so, and we've been yesterday. I've been to the estate. It's kind of a little museum there, and there are chess books on the shelves, and therefore there are games of Tolstoy that, I mean, he wasn't a strong player, right? Okay, so if we speak about Russian writers, so Turgenev was known to be a kind of a really decent player, right? Tolstoy, but he was a big fan. He was a big fan, therefore, it's named after him. Righty. Hang on a second. Knight f6, g4, and that's the move. Why would he play g4 here? Takes e5, so White wins one of the pawns, it seems. Or not quite. Yeah, that, then you take, right? Or d5, maybe d5. Yeah, d5's played. Not that many pawns left, so I can imagine, the scenario where White actually gets rid of all the pawns. And it'll be even more interesting if Black is left with 2 knights and then one of the pawns, one of the white pawns is still there. And sometimes those like winning maneuvers are incredibly complex, and of course will be really tough to execute under such a time pressure. All right, so we'll be back to this game. Let's see what else do we have. Alekseenko is Giri. Giri's... Oh, whoa, what a moment. I just wanted to say Giri is winning because he's 2 pawns up. And look, and he wasn't forced to take on f4. He wasn't forced to take on f4. I guess it's sort of a blunder. Because this certainly looks winning for White. Sorry, for Black, of course. Yeah, this... I mean... Yeah, king f4, rook takes d5. Such a beautiful... Nigel would not agree with me. He would say it's a silly rule. Yeah, but yeah, Nigel, if there is a chance you're watching, I mean, isn't it beautiful? I mean, rook takes d5. The trick, and of course, it's based on stalemate. Yeah. And perhaps Black can still try to play, but yeah, it doesn't promise all that much. You're dropping the h pawn as well, and yeah, it has to be a draw. King e4. What's? King e4 and rook h4. Yeah, king e4 is, of course. King e4 is much more clever, of course, and the f pawn is running, but you take, and I don't know how you do it, but you should be able to do it. Should be able to do it. f4 played. Yep. And now, perhaps a check and rook e8. I mean, it depends. Check, if you go to f3, then White can and probably should switch to active contemplation. No. hang on a second, white is not on time like that. King g3, h4, there is a check. That's the worst possible scenario. No, no, no. That's exactly what you should not be doing, guys. Exactly what you should not be doing. Yeah, so f5 takes f4. He went with a check. Okay. So after king f3, what do you do? Maybe you just attack the pawn first. Maybe you just attack the pawn first. To preventing some kind of king f2 moves and so on. Yeah, maybe that's what he did. And Giri is down to 4 seconds. Now, okay, king f5, but king f5, I thought it was easier after king f5. Yeah, after king f5, you go back, and then black has difficulties moving the pawn, because they're always going to be king g3, right? Rook to d7, yeah, well, somewhat naive threat of checkmate in 1. Check, king goes there. I guess another check. And after king f3, well, I mean, it's still problematic. Easy to draw, even. I've declared this one, to be a draw, but not sure anymore. Not sure anymore. King g5, a check here. It is quite confusing. Yeah, okay, king h6, that perhaps is a good idea. And then you just, I mean, you don't need to stop the f-pawn. You just have to push your own pawn and, yeah, be ready to give up the rook for the pawn when it's on f2. Yeah, okay. Now I think he's saving. All right, let me see. So we have 4 games. Gelfand is fighting, right? Korobov and Abdusattorov. I'm still surprised it's not a draw yet, and maybe no longer a draw. Maybe no longer a draw. Bishop a1, f5, and then, for some reason, oh, wow, that's a beautiful idea. I just come to realize that white has to take it, because f4 will secure the e3 square. So if you follow my instructions of moving the bishop here and there, black's going to play f4 and then come back, come to f5, g4 and win. So Nodirbek kind of found a way to breathe some life in this position. So now he has the potential of playing g5 at some point and creating the second passed pawn. So that's the current position right now. Bishop. Aha. So they had it like this. Bishop e4 and that and that. And hang on. And once again, I'm not getting the kind of the signals from. All right, so he captured, king here, bishop e5, queen. That's what happened. I mean, not getting the signal. Yeah, king f4. Here we are. So a piece sacrifice, and the question is if white is able to make a draw or not. It's a good question. Yeah, it's very simple. You go here. Now, in case of king g4, you're just on time with that, and perhaps just go king d3. Yeah, it's not much black can do, in fact. No, I mean, it looked scary. It looked scary for a moment, but yeah, the king's on d3. Yeah, it's safe enough. Right, so it's this game, it's Gelfand's game. Alekseenko with Giri is, wow, another twist. Alekseenko has lost. Alekseenko has lost. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it was a huge time trouble, and they've played like a lot of moves pretty quickly. And I believe maybe this is the last mistake, the final mistake. King g7. Why king g7? Why on earth king g7? Or it doesn't matter. Oh no, it doesn't matter. With king on g8, it would have been lost anyway. You're right, h6, check here. And yeah, here's I mean, sometimes it's, you know, some beautiful lines like, I mean, here you just brute force it. You go king g6 and it's a checkmate. Yeah, whatever. All right, so this one's finished. Paravyan and Andreikin. Rook and bishop, right? Yep. So what do we have till now? Anish has won. Anish is on 2 out of 2, which is quite impressive. Gelfand discussing something with Vitiugov, I thought. I guess that's not the actual position, because they're clearly making moves, Gelfand and Vitiugov, and the position kind of got stuck. Position kind of got stuck. Aha. So that's what happened. That's pretty interesting. The pawn on g4 blockaded by the black knight. So that's the scenario that I was discussing kind of plays out. So black's gonna try to force a white king in the corner using only his king and knight, and that's, I have to say, I've tried it multiple times, kind of against the computer, and to me it simply seems impossible. That's something that, you know, you have to possess kind of a true magical technique to do so, and let's find out if Vitiugov will be able to. There are players who kind of proved that they know how to do it. Paravyan comes to mind, for instance. It really depends where you have the king, and it really depends on... Yeah, because sometimes you can imagine, so the knight from g5 cannot really leave, right? Because white's going to push the pawn forward, and the moment you capture this pawn, it's just a draw. Yeah, so you have to use the d6 knight and the king, and sometimes the knight on g5 kind of will control some squares. Like, so it's in your interest as black to kind of try to force this king, yeah, closer to the g5 knight. So in this regard, I don't quite understand what Boris is doing. I would think it's kind of a safer zone would be to have a king somewhere around c3, interestingly. But maybe he knows for sure. Maybe he knows for sure what he's doing. All right. Yeah, it seems like I do not have... Yeah, the games are not updating, it seems. Can't really do much. Let's just follow from the camera view. And it would be really nice if people would update me on results. Yeah, Paravyan and Andreikin are playing. Korobov made... Ah, yeah. So it all adds up, yeah? Paravyan and Andreikin are playing, and Andreikin demonstrates the... I don't quite remember the name of it, but I think that's known to be kind of the best defense, the easiest defense. Let's go back to Gelfand, perhaps. Let's go back to Gelfand. It's, you know, less... those both are theoretical positions, right? And people kind of using table base at home would laugh at me. But yeah, from practical standpoint, this endgame is, of course, much more intriguing. So, is the king getting surrounded, really? Aha, so it's Vitiugov to move. What he needs... But I think the knight was there, right? King g7. So Boris is trying to get the king to g6 or something. g6 and then h5 and h4, and king kind of escapes from the corner in an unusual way. There is a funny stalemate possible, like knight to f4, king h6, king f6. You've almost paralyzed the king, but yeah, not almost, but entirely paralyzed the king and blocked the pawn. So it's a draw. King e5. So the plan is to meet king g6 with king e5. Yeah, and once again a reminder that white doesn't have to care about the g4 pawn, because, I mean, it's such an interesting psychological phenomenon that, for instance, I do know that two knights are not checkmating the bare king, and yet after king g6, king f4, I kind of automatically go king h5 in my calculation to protect the pawn that I don't need to protect. King f6, king h5, yeah, and the king is running away, right? The king is running away to h4, g3, and so on. So it'd be tough. Hang on a second. So knight f4, king goes to knight f4, king goes to h6, interestingly. Knight f7 check, and yeah, but is it some sort of a fort? I mean, I don't know how to call it. You call it a fortress or something. Yeah, check. Point being that, yeah, black can't skip the move. I mean, even if he'd be able to, it'd be a stalemate, right? If you move the knight from g5, the very next move you have to return this knight. You cannot move the king away. And moreover, the knight, whenever you leave from f4, white just plays king h5. So I think in order to break this setup, black will have to put the other knight to e4 and then use his king to push away the white king and then start over again. And regrettably, yeah, there is no connection with the digital board, and I'm not able to tell how many moves they play already. As you all know, 50 moves rule does exist. And we have, in this round we have 2 very long games, so I presume the next round's going to be somewhat delayed. It was already supposed to be starting round 3, but of course, yeah, it's going to be delayed now. King f7 is somewhat mysterious. Yeah, you probably just go back to f6 and then to g7. No, but you cannot force that. That's incredible. I mean, that's such an interesting. Yeah, Nikita has to hurry up because, I mean, if he's flagging himself, I mean, if he fails to make a move, he's actually losing this game, right? The G pawn is still there. I hope this won't happen, but. And Boris is claiming something? Like claiming 50 moves or claiming 3-fold repetition? I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. And he's smiling, so yeah, okay, let's see what happens in the other game meanwhile. Here it's clear they are waiting for an arbiter's decision, and can we get a little bit closer to this game? Because, yeah, it does seem that the black king is in a danger zone. Rook c2. Andreikin, though, pretends that nothing happened. Nothing happens. Yeah, black king is cut off, and honestly, I would think that the rook was supposed to be somewhere around h4, like kind of giving the long distant checks. But Andreikin pretty quickly plays this rook c2, I mean, it seems like he knows what he's doing, right? So a check on b3. Now, black can actually go king a2. And that's what he does. Yeah, king a2. So the king will end up somewhere around a1 eventually. And once again, yeah, I mean, sometimes the connection with those DGT boards just lets you down, and therefore. No, I mean, we can see the position, right? It's not that many pieces left, so, but what really lacks is the information on how many moves to play, how many moves left to play. So they've entered this mess. So the last pawn was captured, a move number 73. So a move 123 would be the move to claim 50 moves rule for Dmitry Andreikin. So if all the games finish the way I expect them to finish, it means that the only winner in this round will be Anish Giri, so he'll be in the sole lead, 2 out of 2, followed by Nodirbek, Abdusattorov with 1.5. But yeah, we are yet to find out if both of those, I believe, drawish, but tough from practical standpoint. Aha, so it seems that Gelfand's claim was incorrect because the arbiter, the chief arbiter, adjusts the clock, and typically that means that he adds 2 minutes, I believe, to Nikita Vitiugov's clock, which does not matter. So, in a way, Gelfand tried to claim it. Okay, it didn't work, but who cares, right? If the position is a draw, I'm actually not sure if the position is drawish. I believe it is a draw because of number of moves, because Vitiugov spent like 20 moves or so just hovering around. Okay. Hang on a second. Rook d2 check, king c3 looks like lost position to me. Bishop d3, rook b2. And I mean, why didn't we play king c3 exactly? Because of rook c2 check. Tricky Andreikin. Yeah, I thought king c3, and yeah, it's very dangerous, but yeah, but there was rook c2 check, and because of a stalemate idea, white would have make no progress whatsoever. So rook c7, but king is in a dangerous zone anyway. Rook b4 check, but now king c3 is a legit move, right? Or not really. King c3, it's once again the stupid check on b3, and king c2, rook b2, and king c1, rook b1. Wow. That's something, that's kind of a new word in those, like in defense of such positions. Yeah, rook b2 check, king c1, rook b1 check. It's really strange. Yeah, rook b1 check played without any hesitation. But now, after rook b2, white's going to play bishop c2. And once again, I mean, knowing how many moves left before 50 moves rule is claimable would really help a great deal. Not that it, yeah, I think it's fair to say that for Andreikin, it doesn't matter really. I mean, he can play for as long as he likes, and even if he gets in trouble, I mean, right before he's checkmated or loses the rook, he should claim 50 moves rule. I mean, so even though, of course, it's an unpleasant scenario, so it started as just a random position with the king being this rook and bishop against the rook. It started with being a random position with black king being in the center, right? So he's got forced to the corner, but still not, I mean, still kind of not lost yet, right? What do we do next? King c3, black still has rook b3, right? Bishop c4, king b2. I mean, it's getting harder and harder, though. Bishop c4, king b2, rook c2, king a1, perhaps. There is also king a3, right? And that's what Andreikin decided to play, king a3, and after king c3 there is still this silly check, rook b3. Once again exploiting the stalemate rule. All right, and after this check, king goes to b2, king goes to b1. And okay, but this time it is a Philidor position. This time white is winning. So it's about the time Andreikin has to claim 50 moves. It's about the time Andreikin has to claim 50 moves. Because, yeah, it's got to be a winning position. Yeah, rook h8, okay. Just move the rook, right? To like a7. And I don't think he resigns. He stops the clock and, yeah, he's asking if there was 50 moves or not. He's asking if there was 50 moves or not. And the worst of it is if I don't have the PGN file. I wonder if arbiters have the PGN file, because that'd be a disaster if not. And Gelfand back in play, so maybe we can get the camera on Gelfand's game. The pawn is on g6, so it's a safe bet to say it's a draw. As simple as that, you just go to h8, you go g7, or... I mean, there are, of course, like kind of helpmate variations, like king h8, knight f6, g7, knight f7, checkmate, but you're not forced to do that, right? King h6 is good enough as well. So Boris is trying to figure out the kind of the most precise way. I think you go, yeah, perhaps king h6 is something. No, he goes king h8, yeah. Goes king h8. So it's interesting that Vitiugov perhaps was just forced to let this pawn roll. It was a very interesting setup with Gelfand's king being that when the pawn was still on g4. Maybe you'll rewatch it later, but it was a very interesting setup. Okay, king f6. So just go g7? Question mark. Right? I don't quite understand it. g7, knight g6, king h7. Or knight f7, king h7, right? Yep. Knight g6, and a draw agreed, finally. A draw agreed. The monstrous game. I don't know how many moves were played, and it's all started, guys. Remember, it's all started with Gelfand blundering a piece in one move, simply leaving the bishop unprotected. That's an incredible upset, of course, for Nikita Vitiugov, and for Gelfand, yeah, of course. I think it's a big relief, and hopefully, yeah, it'll improve his morale and improve the tournament situation as well. Okay, and so we are only waiting for the decision in Andreikin's game. So once again, up to this moment, we have a win for Giri with black against Alekseenko, all the other games being draws. Korobov, Abdusattorov, Gelfand, Vitiugov, and rather uneventful draw for Matlakov and Tomashevsky. Paravyan and Andreikin, we've seen it, guys. It was, I don't know if players are still there. Can we check? Can we check? Because it was a winning position for Paravyan. I feel almost sure claiming that. Yeah, and they are waiting for the arbiter's decision. Yeah, and you see, the situation is very, very simple. The situation is very, very simple. Because Andreikin is getting checkmated on the next move. So the guys, they are discussing, I mean, they don't know the result of the game, but they're discussing that, they are analyzing the game. That's a very, very strange situation. Because, yeah, they're simply waiting for arbiters to figure out how many moves were played. And once again, it's okay. Okay, so what's the decision? Doesn't help that much. It's a win. Yeah, it's a win for Paravyan. I mean, it's, of course, not that easy to explain, and especially since I didn't have the PGN file, so I don't know how many moves, how close Andreikin was to this draw. I believe he was very close. Like a couple of moves were missing, but yeah. So is life. All right. So that means Paravyan is back to 50% with this win. Andreikin loses, goes to -1. -1 for Kirill, Alekseenko as well, -1 for Gelfand. And the leader is Anish Giri with perfect score, 2 out of 2. So, round 3 will be delayed for a substantial amount of time. I believe we're still going to have some 10 minutes, 9 minutes till next game. So I'll use this time to have a small break and also to make sure that this thingy works. And yeah, we'll have the moves, we'll have the analysis board for the next round. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Tolstoy Cup. Round 3 has just started, so let's waste no time. Let's look at the games. Anish Giri is the leader after 2 rounds. Just to remind you, 2 out of 2. He's facing Maxim Matlakov. And yeah, as well as the other games. We'll look at all of them. Right, so it could have been even worse for Boris Gelfand. I mean, he's on -1 and he was completely lost against Nikita Vitiugov, but managed to make a draw in the end. So that's why round 3 was delayed, by the way. Okay, so the games started. Vitiugov, well, what else do we have? Yeah, it's Giri Matlakov, Vitiugov Alekseenko, Abdusattorov plays with Boris Gelfand, so that's the youngest and the oldest players facing each other. Andreikin against Korobov, some original Sicilian there, and Tomashevsky facing Paravyan. All right, so I think, yeah, let's say it's time to start looking at the games, and the most original position is actually in the one that I've mentioned, Tomashevsky and Paravyan. Paravyan seems to have prepared the Dutch as his main opening against, wanted to say against d4, even though this game started with knight f3. The Dutch this time, no bishop g5, the classical Leningrad Dutch, castles, castles, and b4. Don't know what that is. I mean, I do know the move, and I think I've played it myself a few times in rapid events. Yeah, knight to c6, very original development. You are not you are not scared of b5, I believe, because knight goes to a5, interestingly, and to c4 later on, right? So d5, then perhaps you fight for the you play d5, you fight for e5 square with knight d7 if needed, if white goes knight e5, and this knight from a5 goes to c4. Right, knight c6, c2, c3, and knight e4 played by Paravyan, intending to play e5 perhaps, or d6 and then e5. So white kind of lags behind in development a little. Quite an original position after only 7 moves played. And Tomashevsky goes knight b to d2. Yeah, understandable. You can't take on c3 because check. And queen takes knight, next move. So white challenges the knight here, but then black can play d7, d5. Can and probably will. Because d6, I mean, there is a feeling like you have to move the d pawn very next move, right? And d6 still keeps those queen b3 checks in the position, right? So therefore d5 seems to be a logical follow-up. Yeah, guys, and once again, apologies, I'm not paying enough attention to the chat, but yeah, there have been technical issues, and now I'm back with the chat, and I see a comment. Korobov someone's surprised with Korobov's high rating in rapid events. Yeah, Anton Korobov is, I mean, he is a very strong player, period, but especially in shorter time controls. And if you want, you can check his performance in Doha, I believe, few years back. I don't quite remember, the World Rapid and Blitz, where he won a game against, I mean, he didn't win the event. I don't think he's got the medal, but he's certainly won a game against Magnus Carlsen at some point. So Anton is a strong player. Knight d2, d5, and bishop b2. Okay, so I would claim that black's position is better, if not for the fact that he's played the Dutch defense with, with pawn on f7 and some other move played. That'd be a little bit more harmonious. But Nevertheless, black gets a very, very comfortable position. Bishop goes to e6, queen perhaps can just go to d6, and so on and so forth. Okay, so then what do we have? We have all right, yeah, sorry, once again, some issues, and thanks for mentioning that Andreikin Korobov is very, very entertaining. Started in, yeah, that's a tricky way to play knight e2. Knight e2 move 3, I mean, there is nothing special, of course, about this move, but some players might find it annoying, especially if you only play the knight of variation, which is not the case with Korobov. He actually does play Richter-Rauser. But the thing is, yeah, like after knight f6, h2, h3, quirky little move, and it turns out, like if you play the knight of, then all of a sudden white starts with g4, bishop g2, you know, expanding on the king side very quickly, and possibly not playing d4 later, but just going for, you know, the close Sicilian type of positions with some extra tempi, it would seem. All right, so h3, black plays knight c6 instead, then d4 finally, and we have Richter-Rauser variation where white played h3, a6, another transposition, g4, queen to b6, and g5 and h4, so just rolling those pawns forward. Black once again went to b6, then went to c7, kind of spent some time. So I have difficulties identifying who has actually won or lost tempo, or possibly even tempi, compared to the usual positions. Usual in this case, I would probably think would be, you know, I mean, if there is anything to compare with, we have to compare with so-called Keres attack, right? So if this is kind of a normal Scheveningen, and then white plays g4 in one go, right? Like not wasting time for h2, h3. Let's imagine something like that has happened. And then h3 and a6, f4, queen c7, knight b3. Here, those moves do not make all that much sense, right? So, I mean, queen c7 is sort of okay, but why on earth would you play knight b3, right? And yet the position is absolutely identical to our game. f4, b5, and yeah, just a3 stopping the b4 idea. And I think Anton just played bishop e7. It's quite interesting. Bishop e7. It's not that black is intending to castle short anytime soon, right? Because white expanded a great deal on the king side, and you know, a very typical story would be that castle short is met with an immediate g6. Then if you take the pawn, then it's h5 and so on. I mean, I don't know how good it is in this particular position, but that's a schematic way for white to continue the attack. Andreikin, however, preferred to put the bishop on g2 instead of d3. I mean, also possible, maybe a little bit more influence in the center with this bishop on g2, but on the other hand, it does not help that much in a potential kingside attack. Bishop g7, quite likely white's going to castle short then. I mean, some bishop e3, perhaps, looks like a decent move to play. On the other hand, if you play bishop e3, black might be ready for that kind of things, like knight to b6 and opting to c4. And then once again, you have not a pleasant choice as white. You have not a pleasant choice. I mean, you probably don't want to capture on b6, so you'll end up playing a queen move, d3 or e2, and after knight c4, in order not to play bishop c1 back. I mean, you are left with castle long, which is very, very double-edged, let's put it this way. I mean, straight up dangerous for white, I'm afraid. All right. So white is looking for the path to continue, right? Maybe indeed castle short. Maybe indeed castle short. But once again, as a castle short and white to move again is one story. But if you castle short and it's black to move, then I'd be scared of some, say, check followed by h6, right? Check followed by h6. And it's not that easy for white to identify. Maybe some flexible move like queen e2 or queen d3 should be played. I mean, I'm not sure where the queen belongs. F3, I don't quite like it. So maybe d3, maybe e2. And then depending on what your opponent's doing, so you've kind of made a, you've made a useful move, right? The move which will be, we'll use in any way the game's going to follow, right? Anyway, the game's going to continue. The queen on e2 is arguably better placed than on d1. And then depending on what your opponent's doing. So, for instance, if he castles short, if he's brave man, he castles short, then you probably think of playing bishop e3, castling long and go g4, g6, h5, right? If he doesn't, then maybe you castle. Or, you can play sensible move, or you can be Dmitry Andreikin, just play h5, just play it brave. Just go on with your pawn advances. I like the move. I'm not sure. Once again, not sure what's the objective evaluation of it, but it seems logical. It seems, you've started all that, so just continue. Right. Checking some other games. Abdusattorov against Gelfand. Let me see what was the opening here. Queen c2, castles, knight f3, d5, bishop g5. I don't quite remember what's the theories there. It's like it's a little bit of a sideline, this bishop g5. I think the main used to be this, right? a3 takes queen c3 and capture on c4, queen c4, b6, and so on, right? Bishop g5, h6, and then white simply captures, forces black to capture on c3. And it's very, it's very similar to those Lasker variations of the Queen's Gambit, right? Take on c4, and I don't know if it would be that bad for black to just play c6 or play queen e7, But Boris took, I'd say, a little bit more ambitious approach. So knight to c6, rook to e8, and then black is guaranteed to play e5. By the way, after knight c6, if I'm not mistaken, there is such thing as queen c3. And then if you play, you're stopping e5, right? In the case of rook e8, you're trying to play knight e5 then. It's like takes here, and you try to claim some, some advantage because of a space advantage, and then some g3, bishop g2, preventing black from getting the long diagonal for his bishop. But that's another story. Okay, so here, rook d1, rook e8, now e5 is unstoppable, right? e5, and d5 was played, knight to b8. Capturing on c7 would result in black having a very strong initiative after e4, and then knight a6, and then the bishop out, and so on. So therefore, a modest e3, bishop g4, knight d7, castles, bishop takes f3, and gf3, interestingly, because if white takes with the bishop, e4 would follow, and black is getting very, very comfortable position like that. Bishop e2, rook d8, rook d8, bishop c4, some rook e5 or rook d6. It's only black who can be better here. So white is not on time to apply serious pressure on c7, and his d-pawn is somewhat weak. So gf3, and queen goes to d6. So once again, black should be perfectly fine here. Black should be perfectly fine. Well, the weakness on c7 can hardly be targeted. If we are perfectly honest, right? There is rook e7 and knight away, and the pawn on c7 is protected. Knight in such situation perhaps is somewhat superior over white's bishop. So white has to look for a dynamical solution, and that's what he does. Rook to c1, trying to basically swap this for this, so which will open some diagonals for the bishop. Understandably, Boris goes rook c8, for the time being protecting the c7 pawn and still opting for this kind of regroupment, knight on f6 and rook on e7. Queen a5, so once again trying to annoy black a little, trying to prevent the execution of the plan I've just mentioned. a6 perhaps is what you do. a6, and maybe white is just on time to try to double. Or not. Knight f6, rook here. I mean, knight d5, rook d2 seemingly works for white, right? Or not quite. No, there is a check on g6, so it's all nonsense, right? It's all nonsense starting with rook c2 move when I've blundered queen g6. That was funny. That was funny. It's actually a funny blunder. Yeah. All right, a6 played, and I'm wondering what's the idea for white here. Let me see the chat. Maybe chat's gonna help. Queen c7 after e5. You are referring to this position, so that after bishop f3, why didn't he take, and after e4 just take on c7? That's right. It is actually possible, and probably strong. Then my answer is I don't know. Because, I automatically swap the queens in this position, right? But if queen c7 was an option, and I mean, you might be scared of this position because like f3 pawn and so on, but up to the moment that you've noticed there is queen h3 and everything's protected, right? Then then you're absolutely right. It was a possibility to take with the bishop on f3, and arguably was better than what Nodirbek did, but okay, we'll see it later. Let's check the other games. Vitiugov and Alekseenko. Well, what a lot of moves played already. It's interesting that Alekseenko, I have a feeling that he's getting in some trouble, kind of practically in every game. He was lucky to escape against Matlakov in round 1, right? Then he lost to Giri, and now I don't fancy his chances once again. So white has gained a huge advantage on the queen side, while black's counter chances perhaps connected with some sort of, King's Indian-like ideas with f2, f7, f5, right? But how realistic it is, the answer is I don't know. Okay, so b6 play. This prevents, prevents black from having weaknesses, immediate weaknesses on the king side, on the queen side, but at the same time, I mean, till the very end of the game, he will have to care about the c7 pawn, right? About possible sacrifices on b6 and so on and so on. So white kind of unable to open files on the queen side, but at the same time, there is a feeling like there's always something going on here. There's always something going on. So it'll be a tough defense for Alekseenko. Queen back to c2. Now it's time for white to take care. It's time for white to take care of this f7, f5 break. Ideally, I'd say my next moves would be king h2 and g2, g3, if black allows that. Or, like if knight's put on f4, then once again, the typical plan would be to go king h2, then to go knight g1, protect this pawn, and eventually play g3, forced the knight from f4 to leave. The machine says Alekseenko is doing fine. Yeah, I agree. It is it is possible, but yeah. Well, actually, knight f4 is just played. I'm just describing the way. That's kind of the human feeling, about such positions. That till the end of the game, you're always bothered by the c6 pawn, and machine doesn't have such feelings. Like there is no such thing as scary position or of some sort, right? All right. Okay, let me see what else is on the menu. Back to Tomashevsky and Paravyan, and yes, I think the opening worked out just fine for Paravyan, and I'm wondering if he's better here. Hang on a second. Is the knight c4 move? Is the knight c4 move? Point being, after knight c4, black captures here, and it's a pin, right? It's a pin. And white perhaps does win the e4 point. Well, actually, that'd be unclear, because I wasn't sure what move to play for white here. But there is a move. There is a move rook c2, which protects the queen. Now, yeah, obviously, the knight is planning to leave, so you'll have to take it. And then bishop e4. And it's a very strange pawn structure here. It's a very, very strange pawn structure. Because at first I thought, okay, we can swap the bishops, right? We can swap the bishops like that. But then white goes e4. His bishop on b2 is, of course, a terrible piece. But he amassed a lot of pawns in the center, right? So e4 and then possibly even like f4, and all this phalanx is going to move forward. Other than that, I'm not sure. I mean, with pawn on f5, black would be practically winning, yeah, thanks to this knight c4 thing. But being as it is, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. But maybe, nevertheless, knight c4 needs to be played, right? Because white has his own play. White has like f3, take on f3, play e4, the breakthrough in the center. Once again, trying to isolate the e7 pawns. It's kind of out of the structure, something. Okay. It's a very confusing, but not yet, the ultra-sharp position. Unlike Andreikin's. Oh, whoa. What's going on? Andreikin Korobov. I mean, that's a crazily complex position here. And looks like very promising for black now. After h5, h6, g6, and he castles short. He castles short. And as I said, I mean, typically it's very, very dangerous. But typically, by that point, white would have bishop on e3, queen on e2, and the king already castled long, right? So it just happens so that white tremendously lacks in development. Tremendously lacks in development. And this all makes it possible for black to play in such a way, and in fact to develop his own attack, his own counterplay against the white king. I don't know, by the way, if bishop h3 was the blunder or not, but bishop h4 check, and white loses the castle, right? Rook e8, knight to d2, and yeah. If I were Korobov in this position, I would be looking for some way to break through, like d5, d5, e5, just I don't know, it loses, right? I mean, d4 just wins. I wanted to say just grab on e5, sacrifice a piece, the king is in the center, but you don't even need this. d5 looks like a strong move to me. d5, you're threatening d4, and not only that, I mean, it's not like your only way is to win a piece or something. I mean, you're probably threatening to sacrifice on f4. It's just the king in the center, It's just the king in the center which makes white's position disastrous. And d5 was played, knight f3, and now it's up to Korobov to find out. I mean, basically what he wants is just to blow the center open somehow. I mean, e5, these kind of moves that you are looking at in such positions. Knight to c4. Yeah, interesting fact is that indeed, yeah, Korobov has kind of 3 times as much time as Andreikin. So Andreikin spent a lot of time in this position and also got into trouble, right? So knight c4. Yeah, feels okay. Knight c4 is okay. There is also a direct threat, which I just identified. I mean, it's knight e3, queen f4, game over, right? The bishop on h4 is hanging, but does it matter really? And there is also bishop g3 in some positions. Like you move back, right? Because that's apparently what you have to do. And then bishop g3. Not to mention rook f4 might work. Well, actually, might as well be rook f4. Bishop takes, queen takes, and you're threatening queen e3, and after that, you continue your immortal game by going knight d4, and then he takes, and you give a check, and you win. King d1, and I mean, you have knight e3 already, but quite likely you just take the knight, go back, and so on. Yeah. So I think that's a critical position. It's almost, I mean, we won't be surprised if it just lost. And Andreikin's down to 2 minutes. Andreikin's down to 2 minutes, so maybe we'll stay there for... He takes on h4, but that's like completely lost, no? Knight e3. Is there a move here? Knight e3, queen g1. Aha, so that's the plan. I don't know if it's a good plan, because after d4, I wouldn't really... wait a second. Is that... Let's play some funny chess, right? Check. Now, if king d3, there is a capture on e4, so white's forced. Check, white's forced. And maybe he's running somewhere towards a7, I don't know. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. I mean, black doesn't need that. That's the thing. I mean, black doesn't really need to do any of those. He can play d4, he can capture on c2, by the way. I mean, too many promising options. Too many promising options. I mean, even this, I don't think it's the strongest, but doesn't seem to be... no, it actually is bad. I mean, that's the explanation. That's something Andreikin's hoping for, at least, right? So it is a bad option, but there are good options there, right? You can also take with the rook, and after queen takes here, you go d4 and you take on c3. This might be winning as well. So just an opening disaster, it seems. Okay. So Korobov will probably take his time in this position just to figure out what way of execution to pick up. So let me see other games. Vitiugov and Alekseenko. Aha, Vitiugov came up with an interesting concept. So captures on f4 with the bishop and then goes knight d2. So his plan is to play against the e7 bishop as well. So fe4, now you take with d knight perhaps, and then somehow you'll need to prepare this g3, which won't be easy, right? As I said, I mean, sometimes people just put the knight on g1 in order to protect h3, but the moment white manages to play g3 and kick the knight away from f4, everything stabilizes and white is just much better. He's thinking right now, so is there like an alternative? Ah, queen takes. Interesting. So queen takes, and this knight will be rerouted elsewhere, maybe to e3. But it's still hard to, interestingly, it's still hard to protect h3 for white, right? So g3 will be really, really tough to get. No, he didn't. Pardon me. No, there was a glitch. I mean, I thought from a camera view, I thought he captured with the queen. No, knight takes, of course. Knight takes and queen f5. Okay. Black does have some, some threats. It's hard to say what kind of threats, but some threats, some little annoying, tricks here and there. So white has to be careful. But if he plays everything correctly, I think white has a very serious advantage. And Vitiugov simply goes f2, f3. So stabilizes everything here, clears this second rank. Then, okay, let's come up with the plan. So the plan should be a4, put the rook on a2 to guard the queen, move the knight away, move the knight away to f2, right? And finally, protect h3, go g3. It's a longish plan, but seems to work. It seems to work. What else? Tomashevsky has blundered. You say in the chat. Let me see. Let me see what Giri does. Giri against Matlakov. I've kind of missed what. Yeah, because I've seen the Gioco Piano Italian and kind of lost interest very quickly. I mean, that's a known position, right? Korobov, meanwhile, has already won. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a checkmate on the board, right? So after queen g1, knight takes, rook f1, d4, knight e1, d3, knight I mean, that's just a disaster, right? Knight b3 check, king takes d3, and queen c4. Checkmated 28 moves. Yeah, it didn't work for Dmitry Andreikin, who suffers his second loss in a row. So he has lost rook and bishop against the rook, being with the rook against David Paravyan, and now he loses this terrible game against Anton Korobov. Right, I was told Tomashevsky has blundered the pawn on f2. How come that happened? Bishop e6 was played against knight instead of knight c4, right? Bishop e6 with the idea to simply target the b pawn after bishop d7, bishop f1, queen f7, rook a1, and was there an option though? Was there an option to protect f2? I'm not sure. Yeah, bishop b5 is one and only, but a huge threat, right? I know he should have gone like rook c2 or rook d1, but then it allows knight c. Well, it's quite tricky, right? Rook a1, but then it's of course bishop b5, check on f2, takes on d2. Now if white takes on a5, he drops the rook on e1, so can't take the knight. So black's pawn up. And not only that, but the structure as well is a disaster, right? Is that a move? Queen d? No, he didn't. Oops. Hang on a second. Rook e2. Rook e2. Wait a sec. Queen d3, right? Queen d3, yeah, and now you cannot really take on d5 because rook f1 and e2 is hanging. Queen d3. It's a terrible position for white. Now I come to realize, I mean, I thought it would be possible to take, but then, and he does it. But doesn't it lose? Yeah, rook g2, rook f1 check. Rook f1 check, I believe, is practically winning. Takes and knight c4. And it's a beautiful exchange sacrifice. I mean, I don't believe white is holding there. So how many pawns do we have? It's 2 pawns for an exchange and then an absolutely fantastic knight on c4. Rook f1, I mean, just do it. David, just take the bishop. So we have already a win for black in Korobov's game, and in this game, yeah, Paravyan also looks superior with black. Knight c4. Thought knight. Yeah, well, actually, knight c4 is a kind of a safer option for an advantage because now, yeah, the rooks are getting traded. You absolutely have to capture on d3, and then I thought rook a2 so that you are forced to capture, and I think that's once again, it's a very bad position. But yeah, but he went for it. He went for it, he captured on f1, jumped the knight to c4, bishop c1, and then white is unable to seize the d pawn, it seems, right? There is rook a1, there is also a5, maybe just play e5, right? e5, e4. e5, I mean, if white takes, you take with the bishop, and you are threatening to take on c3 and just win. Everything lines up for black. Yeah. So it's just a question how to continue after bishop c1, because you have alternatives. You have rook a1 as an option, where you're actually threatening to take on e3. Next move, after king g1, protecting the rook, you have bishop h6, and now you're threatening to take on c1. Yeah, I think white's position is that's kind of, really bad. I don't think you save this kind of games. All right, so quickly, overview of the other games that are in progress. Giri with Matlakov. Will Giri continue winning game after game after game? I mean, optically, it looks threatening. Those knights on f5 and c6 are arguably much more efficient than black's pair of knights. Right, after queen c8, I'd be looking at stuff like queen c2. Yeah, I just highlighted queen c2 and it was immediately played by Giri. You know what? I don't know what exactly do I want in this position, but something connected with, with queen h7, like knight e7, imagine it's white to move, and some knight e7, rook e7, queen h7 is a beautiful idea, right? Knight d7 was played. Hang on. Can we do this? Can we play, or rather this? This wins, right? Knight d6, pawn takes, queen h7, and queen h8 is unavoidable. Is that right? I think it is. Yeah, I think Giri is just winning after knight d7. Meanwhile, Alekseenko wins against Vitiugov. Vitiugov has blundered something. Whoa. f3, knight g6, g3, rook f7. So very quickly, I mean, okay, that was knight f5, queen d3. Oh, what an unlucky move. Queen d3, knight g3. Blundered literally everything. Blundered literally everything. So, and Giri has played knight d6. Yeah, so Giri is winning. I mean, it's nowhere to run. Yeah, takes queen h7, queen h8. Yeah, the game's over. Knight d6 and Giri wins. So, previous round was especially long, right? Like took us 1.5 hours, and now we'll be done in 30 minutes or something, because we already have 3 results. We have Abdusattorov Gelfand, which is probably a draw, question mark. I think Boris is going to try to play it, right? I mean, white has no reason to play for a win whatsoever. White would be happy with the draw, but white's pawn structure is somewhat damaged, right? So, I mean, if black somehow manages to force those pawns to advance, like pawn on h5 will become a target. If you play f5, then some king e5 possibilities and so on. Yeah, so I think, yeah, if any side is trying to play for win, it's of course black in this position. And Tomashevsky Paravyan, it's kind of a culmination. Tomashevsky is completely lost, I'm 100% sure on that. But Paravyan is playing on seconds. So I suggest let's look at this one. Yeah, Giri, by the way, once again, kudos to Anish. Very impressive, 3 out of 3, great start. Okay, let's watch this one, because Gelfand with Abdusattorov, even if this game gets to some, something exciting, it's gonna be in a while. Right, it's going to be in a while, and here we have exactly the culmination of a game. Okay, rook f2. I don't quite like rook f2. Was he forced to trade it? Knight b2. There is... Looks like he's losing a thread a little bit. Let me see. So that, c5 and rook e1, bishop e1. And you can't really do anything. So he did rook a1 and then e5. So he kind of went for combination of both plans, right? Yeah. So rook a1, I was thinking bishop h6, but maybe there was an argument against it, even though I don't really see it. Bishop h6 looks strong. What would be White's reaction to bishop h6? The answer is I don't know. Okay. So, and then that, bishop d2, and could it be that he kind of blunted this bishop d2 thing? Okay. Okay, so rook a1, b5, and then rook b1. No longer it looks that desperate, to be honest. Or it does. It does. So now rook b5, it's d2, and you take and you're unable to take c5 pawn. And this kind of messes up everything. Because, yeah, if you're able to take c5, you're taking d5 as well, but there is knight e4. So that's why he goes rook d1, hitting this. And they are repeating moves, it seems. Knight c4... Rook d1. Yeah, and he'll be left with only one pawn, so he can't really continue the game. I think he's pulled a great advantage. Okay, he's trying that. King f7 takes and king e6. But that's a bit tilty, I have to say. Because, yeah, probably black is still not worse, but he doesn't have... I'm asking myself if he has any objective reason to play for a win, apart from the fact that the position was winning some 10 moves ago. And perhaps the answer is not. King e6. Okay, now at least he's kind of threatens knight b2, right? Knight b2 and rook d2, bishop c3. So white has to go back. And you still have that move. And, sorry, not rook a1, of course, but rook... Okay. Okay, Tomashevsky's down to like 20 seconds himself, and he comes up with e4. Whoa. I don't like e4. e4, g4, right? So keep the connected passed pawns. Yeah, go d4. If he takes, just take with the bishop, then play knight e5, or king e5 for that matter. Yeah, d4. I'm afraid d4 was kind of blundered. d4, pawn takes, bishop takes, king e2, and then we go... Oh, well, on the other hand, there is bishop f2 threat. Yeah, there is bishop f2 threat. Yeah, I'm getting reminded that there is also Gelfand's game. Yeah, let me show what happens there. Knight was on c1 and knight on a2. Knight runs away and b5 pawn is a target. f4 pawn is a target. I think Gelfand is outplaying his opponent. So knight is running away. Okay, king e3, king c5 is probably what you play here, just to make sure that you are controlling the fifth rank. Yep. King c5 played. And the b pawn looks doomed, right? Sooner or later, this knight should be able... I mean, you can oppose this for a while, like playing king d3 and so on, but sooner or later, this knight will end up somewhere like on d6, and will grab the b pawn, and that means that black is just winning. Yeah, for those of you guys asking in the chat, yes, Giri did win all three of his games. All right, so Nodirbek tries something else. He's trying to run with the king and get to the g7 pawn. Can Gelfand stop it? Is he on time? Okay, takes here, it's king h5, and it's getting dangerous for black. But he takes. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. How is he planning? Okay, so king h5, knight to d4. If king goes here, the plan is to play king d6, I presume, and then e7, right? And then e7, and after bishop g6, just run with the c pawn, run for the hills. This round looks like all decisive games. Yeah, possibly, but you know, Nodirbek might still save it, I'm guessing. Yeah, king g7 played, king e7, logical. And now, what else? There's also an option of... Is it an option, though? I mean, I just thought briefly, could it be that king h6 is a playable move? Because h-pawn, black will find it challenging stopping the h-pawn. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. But no, it's apparently not. No, white has to move the bishop and has to move it to g6, because anything else, black just takes, and he's up a pawn for, you know, for good. Knight g2, I mean, that's probably just winning. Knight g2, f5, and then black is on time to put the king on e5. And knight e3, and the pawn is marching with triumph. Back to Tomashevsky Paravyan, and okay, the position has dramatically changed. And the question is if it is winnable, which I have doubts, to be honest. I mean, black got extremely active, right? But at the same time, it's hard to identify what exactly is the target in white's camp. I mean, what exactly black is supposed to attack? The h2 pawn is kind of hard to get a grip to. Then add to this the fact that, yeah, you know, king on h1, swap all that, and it's a draw, right? So another kind of bonus idea for white to speculate on. So I'm afraid Paravyan has spoiled his advantage, even though, yeah, it's still better for black, but bishop f2, rook f8. Yeah, bishop f2 was a nice try, of course. Yeah, rook f8, and there is no zugzwang, right? The rook's gonna be moving here and there. By the way, g4 is a threat. Yeah, g4 is a threat, so you have to be careful. Bishop to d4, rook f7, forcing the h-pawn to move. h5, rook f8 back. Now intending to play rook g8, if given a chance. So kind of a last try is to... No, he won't play king g4. I thought something like that. King g4, king g2, give a check, sneak into h3. But then after rook f4, you are the one who is in trouble. No? No, there is rook f5 anyway. There is rook f5. Okay. So that's how this game is supposed to end, and it's a draw. Okay. So it's more likely a draw than not. And Tomashevsky is given a chance to grab the pawn on g6, is he? But then it's just a draw, no? A check, and you go back to g1, and if this check, you go to h1. Yeah, the g6 pawn is taken. I believe it is a draw. knight e3. Yeah, you can't go to e1 because bishop c3 check, but king g1 kind of works. Not much black can do. Knight g4, king h1, knight f2, king g1, and it's a lot of checks, but no decisive check. Yeah, after king f1, you can. I mean, if you take, there is still a game. You win with a beautiful bishop f2, and it's a checkmate threat, right? It's a checkmate threat. Gelfand, meanwhile, just won. Gelfand just won his game against Abdusattorov, so Gelfand is back to 50% after a lucky escape against Vitiugov. And we are left with only one game. Tomashevsky, Paravyan. Yeah, check on f2, king goes back, and yeah, there is nothing. There is nothing. It's already been a couple of times this position got repeated. Knight e4. Yeah, I mean, you can actually play both moves, it seems. No, once again, yeah, it'd be a terrible mistake to go to f1 because bishop f2, and the knight e2 is the threat, and the knight conveniently covered both squares where rook would have been able to prevent it. Yeah, king h1 and knight f2, and it's for sure a third time repetition, and they agree a draw, and round 3 is in the books. What are results for Anish Giri? He didn't make a single draw, and he didn't lose a single game, which means he won all 3 first games in this tournament. So 3 out of 3, and the sole leader Anish Giri. And yeah, indeed, this round had seen a lot of blood. So the only draw was Tomashevsky Paravyan, the very entertaining game where I believe Paravyan has missed the win quite a few times. Giri wins against Matlakov with a very nice blow at the end. Knight d6, and if the knight is taken, queen h7, wanted to show it, never mind. Anish Giri on 3 out of 3 and 1 point clear of the second place. So second, Anton, Korobov 2 draws and a win in this round with black against Dmitry Andreikin. Andreikin, surprisingly, one of the outsiders, or the clear last Dmitry Andreikin on only half a point. And as per usual, in a strong field, in a field of solid players, most of the tournament after 3 rounds you'll find on 50%. That's exactly where they are. All right then, it'd be it for round 3, but do not go away too far because we have 2 more rounds to go today, and yeah, as well as 4 more rounds tomorrow. Right, so once again, a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with round 4 and then round 5 to follow.
Уютный особняк на Гоголевском бульваре 14 включен в список объектов культурного наследия столицы как особняк Васильчиковой-Оболенского фон Мек. Построенный на пепелище пожара Грозного 1812 года, он стал семейным гнездом известных аристократических семей и уважаемых купеческих родов. Уже почти 200 лет по парадной лестнице с мраморными ступенями и палисандровыми поручнями, мимо строгих кариатид, хозяева и гости поднимаются в парадные залы особняка. Самый просторный из них – большой зал, обустроенный князем Оболенским в 1859 году как место для балов, с хорами для музыкантов. Последние дореволюционные хозяева дома, Зимины, использовали его для репетиции частной оперы, о чем напоминает уникальный рояль «Бехштейн» 1908 года. Когда в 1956 году дом стал центральным шахматным клубом, здесь проходили важнейшие мероприятия мирового уровня, вплоть до съезда ФИДЕ и матчей на первенство мира. Для тех, кто не мог попасть в переполненный зал в качестве зрителей, на чугунном балконе выставлялась гигантская демонстрационная доска, и за ходом важнейших партий можно было наблюдать прямо с бульвара почти в режиме онлайн. Красно-золотой парадный зал, его еще называют Чегоринский, место для наиболее торжественных мероприятий и встреч. Во время недавней реставрации восстановлен его вид по состоянию на конец XIX века. 150-летний камин из итальянского мрамора – один из 3 сохранившихся в особняке. Рядом с парадным залом – зеленая гостиная, некогда кабинет хозяина дома, а в советские времена – гроссмейстерская, куда имели доступ только обладатели высшего шахматного звания. Здесь юный Бобби Фишер сражался в блиц с Тиграном Петросяном и Евгением Васюковым. Здесь занимался с учениками Михаил Ботвинник. Самое необычное помещение особняка – мавританская комната. Архитектор, выполнявший задачу по соединению главного здания усадьбы с флигелем, отдал дань модному в середине XIX века ориентализму и превратил служебный переход в яркий памятник Востока с золотой арабской вязью и характерной нишей минбаром. Мавританская комната соединяет большой зал и музей шахмат.
Welcome back, everyone, and Tolstoy Cup continues. I have 2 rounds to comment today and 4 more tomorrow. So, a reminder, 10 players, 9 rounds, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds the time control. After 3 rounds, we have a sole leader, which is none else but Anish Giri, who has won all 3 of his games. So he defeated Boris, Gelfand, then Kirill, Alekseenko, and in the last game, Maxim, Matlakov. Right, clear second is Anton, Korobov, and those are the only 2 players who are in plus. So Anish is on +3 and Anton is on +1. Most of the field is on 50%. Well, -1 for Nikita, Vitiugov, -1 for Maxim, Matlakov, and -2 for Dmitry, Andreikin, somewhat surprisingly. And as I know Andreikin to be a very strong rapid player, but you know, sometimes those things happen. And as I was saying at the beginning of this tournament, it's very hard to predict who's going to take the trophy, because each of these players can bring upsets, can, you know, stop the leader, and so on and so on. So the pairing for round 4, Maxim Matlakov faces David Paravyan, Anton Korobov will play with Evgeny Tomashevsky, Gelfand will face Andreikin, Alekseenko against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and finally Anish Giri, the leader, will have the white pieces against Nikita, Vitiugov. All right, players are seated, and I wonder what we should start with. Yeah, as soon as the round's going to start, I suggest let's go and check how Anish getting those wins. I mean, what's the secret behind his play? Yeah, trying to keep up with the chat. I can see Giri supporters who nowadays seem to be absolutely everywhere. He's such a cheerful person and also very, very active on social media. And yeah, a question in the chat, if those games are rated. Yes, they are rated, but unlike online events, the rating is not updated. I mean, over the board, the rating is not updated after each game, right? So after the tournament's going to be calculated, and those rating lists, they are published once a month. All right. So, and yeah. So Giri against Vitiugov, we have the French defense, so-called advanced variation, or whatever you call it, yeah, of the French, 3e5, which wasn't considered to be all that dangerous. I think it was, yeah, Black similarly found an antidote and yeah, was doing reasonably well. But Giri perhaps has his own opinion. It has to be said that Nikita Vitiugov had a lot of success with the French defense. He also did a book on French defense quite a few years back. Okay. Which puzzles me even more. I mean, why would you think in this position? I mean, it's a first crossroad for Black, obviously. You can play Bishop d7, you can play Queen b6. Those 2 are the main moves. But at the same time, I mean, you probably should have known by then what exactly is the line you're going for. All right, so Queen to b6, a2, a3. Once again, it's a known thing. Yeah, b4 is planned. And since the opening in this game develops quite slowly, let us take a look at something else. Yeah, well, actually, c4 was just played, and c4 is known to be. I mean, it doesn't have all that great reputation, this c4 move, but it's known to be very, very, very complex. Those positions, like White is not really aiming to play b3, but from time to time b3 is an idea. What White wants in such positions normally is develop the bishop, e2 or g3, bishop h3 sometimes, castle short, and then launch the f-pawn. So somehow move this knight away from f3 and f4, f5. That's kind of from structure perspective. That's where White wants to be, right? And accordingly, Black has to interfere with White's plans. There are ideas like bishop d7, then jump on b3 with the knight, where white takes, you go bishop a4 and use this pin, you know, these kind of things. All right, and I was corrected in the chat that Nikita in fact did 2 books on French, which is more than 1 book. Okay, so let's move on. Let's look at something else. Matlakov and Paravyan. So once again, Paravyan continues experimenting with his Dutch defense. So far worked well for him. Not quite well in the game against Abdusattorov, but I don't know if it's the opening to blame for result, because the position looked quite well. And this line with bishop f4, once again, it's considered to be rather harmless as far as I know. It's just that, I mean, it comes from those, you know, London system players who basically are ready to put the bishop on f4, doesn't matter what the opponent does, right? But of course, it's no longer a London system setup, because white went c4, knight c3, knight e4, it's known, knight takes, and a pawn takes. Somewhat surprisingly, well, on one hand, it's kind of in spirit of the Dutch defense, right? But later on, this e4 pawn might become a target. So knight d2, of course, and then there are some questions to be answered. I mean, well, namely, what do you do with the knight on b8? Okay, so there is that. There is a game between Korobov and Tomashevsky. Some wanted to say sharp, but not really sharp game. Queen's Gambit with bishop g5 and knight d7, something very, very solid. I think that's the way Vladimir Kramnik used to play the Queen's Gambit. It's an ultra-solid line. D takes c4, white plays c6, and I'm not sure. I think this is, I mean, it's acceptable. It's acceptable, and some people would, I mean, defend it with black, no problem. But you know, you might as well consider knight b6, right? Getting kind of that structure, and then takes, and you still have kind of an isolated and possibly weak pawn, but it's on c4, so it restricts white quite a bit. And yeah, if white attacks the c4 pawn, black kind of in response to that, he can apply some pressure on the b pawn in such situations. I mean, and you probably kind of go knight d5 quickly, try to swap those bishops, and then just pressure on b2, and that should be enough for equality. No, but he decided the other way. Tomashevsky, he captures on c6, goes knight b6, but you know, at the same time, it can be a same position in a couple of moves, right? If black starts moving the c-pawn forward. So, not that exciting so far. I mean, it's very solid for both. It's slightly, I mean, just tiny bit more pleasant to play with white. He has the better pawn structure, but that's about it. That's about it. And I think, yeah, once again, Tomashevsky should be capable of making a drawing in this position. Can we have an evaluation bar? No, we cannot. No, we cannot, because this software doesn't support it. Which, in a way, reflect the situation players are in. I mean, imagine them playing and having kind of an evaluation bar next to the board, so you can always look at it. Ah, okay, it turns out I'm winning now, so I'd better look for a winning move. No, it's not how chess works. Okay, after bishop e2, queen d1 was played, and I suggest we move on, not to spend time in this, let's be fair, not very exciting position. Let me check Gelfand and Andreikin. Andreikin, to remind you, has lost 2 games in a row. He's an outsider. Right, castles, d takes c4, queen c2, that's kind of a classical Catalan, and c7, c6, that's the move that was, I don't remember who first played it, I think it was played a couple of times by Sergei Karyakin in the candidates in Berlin, which is 2018, if I'm not mistaken, right? Right, so c6, b5, bishop b7, and somehow it turns out that it's very hard to stop black from playing c5 eventually. That's an interesting line. Black kind of voluntarily loses a tempo, right? So he wants to play c5, but first puts his pawn on c6, but his claim is that it doesn't really matter all that much. a7, a5, once again expanding on the queen side, possibly even putting the pawn on a4 as the response to knight b3. Rook a to c1, knight d5, knight e4, so that's the key square, of course, the c5 square. So it's all about black being or not being able to push c5. Queen b6, and now white can land the knight on c5. And I mean, I don't know what the evaluation of this is going to be. Yeah, Boris does it. Knight c5 played. Knight c5 played. You cannot take on e3 intermediate because knight d7 with a tempo, right? But what you can do, you can take on c5 and put the queen on a7. And put the queen on a7 so that the bishop cannot really leave. I mean, it can go to d4, and maybe that works. Goes to d4, then white's ready to play e4. So the thing about this position is that if white manages to stabilize, if white, say, has the time to play a3, stopping knight b4, and e4, so those two moves, and the knight's pushed back, white is much better. So that's about it. I mean, you don't really need to kind of look any further. I mean, if you are able to do this, you're much better. But somehow, there are those annoying moves like b4, bishop a6. I mean, all of a sudden, black finds the place for all the pieces. So it's not that straightforward. I mean, some positions like that would be just straight up bad for black, but not this particular one, it seems. Not this particular one. What else to do? Yeah, I think you take with the knight. Yeah, I think you take on c5 with the knight. I mean, moving the queen back doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, you could, but doesn't really change. Doesn't really change the position in a favorable way. Let's put it this. Maybe you can do this. Maybe that's an option. Yeah. Like rook d8, if white captures, you just take back on d7. But yeah, but logically, it seems that black's going to take and move the queen away. All right, then we have Alekseenko with Abdusattorov. That's yet another Giocopiano Italian. Yet another Giocopiano Italian, and in that position, like literally any single move, any single legal move had been tried, it seems. Like b4 for sure was played, knight d2 was played, rook e1, h3, and this and that. a5, yep, okay, just seizing the space on the queen side. Later on, possibly moving b4, h6, and bishop e3 like that. And this, those once again, those are very tricky things. Like exchange on e3, like when I was studying chess, they would say, okay, you never exchange on e3 because, yeah, you give him the semi-open file and it's good for white and so on and so on. Later on, nowadays, you understand that, yeah, if you are careful, you will not get checkmated on this file, and, you know, rather than... Yeah, of course, it offers some dynamic possibilities for white, but at the same time, kind of in a static way, it is a weakness. White is a weakness. I mean, those pawns are not necessarily weak right now, but it kind of this structure, white structure, loses flexibility because you want to play d4 in this kind of positions, right? And if you play d4, then both of your e-pawns become vulnerable all of a sudden. Right, but nevertheless, black decided against it, so he castled. Eventually, the bishops were traded on a7, White got his d4 in, played queen b3, and this one just looks like a better position for white. Knight h5. So the knight is... one of the knights will be played to f4, right? Unless white will have the courage to play g3. Which very often it's not even possible, right? The pawn is on h3, so you can't play g3. Here, you do have the option to play g3, but, you know, it weakens all the light squares. And black gonna play some sort of king h8, opting for maybe not immediate, but kind of keeping the option of going f5. So it's double-edged. It's double-edged, but at the same time, it might be a good idea for white. White has to find a way to progress anyway. Alternatively, what you can do, yeah, you can just continue with your usual stuff like knight to f1, this knight to e3, then d5, f5, all those juicy squares, and you play g3 only after black deploys the knight to f4. Okay, so bishop g4, yeah, of course you cannot allow the trade on f3, so knight goes to d2, knight f4, and yeah, but the danger of such situations, when you've already allowed the knight to f4, is the fact that one day you might play g3, quote-unquote, forcing the knight away, but it will refuse to leave. I don't know if the position is kind of ripe for this kind of sacrifices, but very often something like that's going to happen. Like you know, queen g5, and then if you take, he just takes back with the pawn, and he turns bishop f3, and some knight h4 comes in, and king h1. You can't really protect against you know, against g2, so you'll have to play knight g3 back, still returning the piece. So, all in all, I'm trying to say that black does have some chances of his own, right? Knight e3 is played, and yeah, black plays queen to g5. Now, once again, white would be delighted to take here, play g3, chase the knight away, and in that case, white is just better. But there are issues here, it seems, like knight h3, you'll have to go to f1. You know, maybe it's playable. You know, now that I'm looking at it, maybe it's playable. I wasn't very happy with king f1, but on the other hand, if black doesn't have the tools to, you know, to continue the attack, and white's going to play queen d1 next move, and the endgame will be much better for white because the knights are, you know, in that scenario, black knights are kind of attacking pieces and everything. Yeah, immediately if queens are traded, those knights will be just silly knights, like king g2, you know, knights will have to go to, imagine like queens are off the board. Yeah, king g2, knight has to go back to g5, and then h4, white seizes more and more space, and yeah, the bishop versus the knight, it'll be a very pleasant endgame to play. So it's of course a tempting way to capture and to go g3, but I don't know if it actually works. All right, so I will leave Kirill Alekseenko thinking in this position, and yeah, let's see what Anish is doing, because yeah, it's a little bit unfair on my part not to follow the game of the leader. So after rook b1, bishop d7, h4, once again pretty standard way of pushing the h-pawn as far as possible. Sometimes they push it all the way to h6. Here, Vitiugov immediately answers h4 with h6, b4. C takes, knight takes. That's somewhat surprising, I have to say, because it doesn't look very promising for white, I mean, at least from structural perspective, right? B6 and bishop b5, even exchanging the, notorious bad French bishop. So quite a bit of a surprise. But apparently the argument white is trying to make is that he'll be on time with the a pawn march, and the c3 pawn, even though it looks weak, it cannot be attacked properly. You can play rook c8, white's going to play, king d2 or bishop d2, and that's about it. Right, so bishop b5, knight to e7, a4. So now it's not even clear if you want to take on b5, because white keeps an option of recapturing with the pawn. Knight to c6, knight to a5, so black, of course, aiming at the c4 square. Rook back to b1, rook c8, king went to d2, and d3, and knight to g1. I mean, it's not that you want your knight to be on g1, you want to launch those pawns forward, and later on, I'm not sure, maybe knight goes back, maybe knight goes to e2, right? It's kind of sidestepping. Castle short, bishop d7, rook takes d7, and black will have to play f7, f6 at some point, it seems, because otherwise it's very hard to generate kind of a real counterplay for black. I mean, you can try to create some threats on the queen side, but your potential there seems to be limited, right? So, let's say white's going to play f4. Okay, you double here, knight to e2, you put the rook on c4, rook a1, right? You jump further, you take that one, and still, right, no real counterplay, and the bishop on e7 is kind of useless. So therefore, and Anish, by the way, Anish starts with g4 rather than f4. So here, I believe it's about the time to consider f6 or possibly even f5, using the fact that, this... On the other hand, I wanted to say you don't want to take on f5 because rook f5. But it's not given that this position is good, because once again, white can stabilize like that, f4, and then gets the knight on g3, breaks with f5, and actually that's a bad structure for black. So not necessarily f5 is a good idea. So maybe f6 after g4. f6, and using the kind of trying to create some tension over there in the center. f4 though, and if you take, white takes with the d pawn, that's once again a possibility. I mean, from structure perspective, this looks very nice for white. It's the only question if he's on time after rook c8, some rook c4. Okay, Nikita goes rook to c7, and Anish will be will be delighted, I think, to continue rolling the pawns. Okay, he starts with knight e2, maybe a little bit more solid. Okay, this f2, f4 is not running away. Once again, f5, you just take on f5, play f4. f6, you probably play f4. Take with this pawn, right? It's very hard to generate any sensible counterplay. I mean, you can put the rook on c4. Oh, well, maybe that's playable, right? Rook on c4 and then some squares available, like rook e4. Vitiugov starts with rook c4, which is, once again, logical, pretty much. The other way to achieve the same, rook a1. So one problem black needs to solve to claim that his position is good is actually find the occupation for this bishop on e7, right? So he can, for instance, he can go knight b3, trade the knight for the bishop on c1, but it doesn't really improve the e7 bishop. And white, of course, tries to keep the structure intact, like doesn't react to, say, that doesn't capture on f6, because look, bishop f6, take f6, it kind of changes the equation a bit. even though still f4 and then g5 in the right moment, and potentially having, the outside passed pawns, the pawn if h takes g and f takes g happens. So f6, also one has to be careful playing f6. Alrighty, so rook to c8. And yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It does optically look very good for black, like all the pieces playing and stuff, like a weak pawn on c3, weak pawn on a4. But what's then? Yeah, what's then? What's the big plan? And it's not easy to continue, because, I mean, one day we get the pawn to f5. And how does black react here? It's not clear. I think Korobov just won, or no, it's a draw. I just seen that. Yeah, the white king was on e4. I completely missed what the game was. Yeah, it was this rather uneventful draw. Perhaps, yeah, just swapped everything, d5, ed5, yeah, and so on. So that's a draw for Korobov and Tomashevsky. Matlakov, Paravyan created a mess out of this Dutch defense. It's Dutch defense turned into the Benoni. Look, that's what we've seen. Knight d2 was met with c5. Exchange on c5, knight to c6. Knight d4. Rook f4, d5, e takes, c takes. So white is up a pawn, and if he captures on d5, then after bishop c... Oh, wait. I thought bishop c4 was the move, but no, then black just captures, goes d5, wins the game. No. But there is something that stops Paravyan from capturing on d5. And I'm not sure what the answer is. It's queen d2. That's something that he missed. Queen d2 is a killer. Yeah, that's something that he blundered. That's something that he blundered. It's not, it's kind of not a hard move to spot when you know there is a solution in position, right? But from afar, that's certainly missable. So he ended up playing d6, and it's just a pawn for white. Just a pawn for white. I mean, I'm not sure what's the best setup, but even if I play in a primitive fashion, like bishop to c4, and also some threats of knight takes c5 later on, then bring the rook, double the rooks, right? It's just a huge advantage. So that's an example of Dutch defense going badly. Okay. Matlakov perhaps looking for even a better move. Oh, there might be some. There might be some. I mean, you can make an argument for playing g2, g3 immediately, even though I don't know what for would you do this. No, he does play bishop c4, right, because, as I said, it also has an extra threat of capturing on c5 if black is not careful. Capture on c5 followed up by d6 check and takes on e7. All right. So moving on, Gelfand with Andreikin. Quite a few things changed after knight c5, rook d8. Gelfand captured on b7. Exchanged the dark square bishop over there. Knight g5. Queen e4. Back to f3. And finally, black pushes c5. That's quite interesting. So I wonder what's the answer to d5 in this position. That's perhaps the only way to threaten black's position is to play d5, because if you trade here, there is no chance whatsoever, at least At least it seems to me that there is no chance whatsoever that you'll prove that this bishop is better than the knight. It simply isn't. It simply isn't better. So d5 is your kind of desirable move. d5 is your desirable move, and the question is, what's going on then? No, Boris doesn't play it. Surprised. Bishop f1 instead. Okay, I get it. So targeting b5 if black captures, so the plan perhaps is to take. But he can't take on d4. G4 is going to be played, and then he's going to take on d4. But it's tricky. There are some knight c5 intermediates. I'm not sure about this bishop f1. So there must have been some reason he didn't like d5. Must have been some reason he didn't like d5, even though it's still not obvious to me. I was thinking of queen b7, kind of pinning, but white seemingly has knight g5 in this case, or I mean, other knight move, but knight g5 looks decent. And in case of knight d4, you probably can take. And take with, I don't know, take on f7 first, perhaps, take on e4, and if knight e2, you'll have knight e6 later on. Anyway, Boris chose bishop f1, and we'll see. We'll see what's going on. So what else? Matlakov, Paravyan, what was that? That's the position with an extra pawn. Gelfand we just seen. Korobov, Tomashevsky is a draw. Alekseenko, Abdusattorov. Alekseenko is under a serious attack. So, what happened? G3 was played immediately. He decided not to take on G4, and the answer was bishop E6, ED4, CD4, check on H3. White decided for some reason to provoke the knight to H4, and then bishop C4, and then F5, G takes, and FE4. It's a beautiful move, right? You can't take the queen because rook F2 is a checkmate. So queen C2 was played by Alekseenko, and I wonder if he'll be able to. Is he alive here? I'm wondering. So let's try the straightforward approach. It's queen G1, rook F2, rook C2. I mean, I'm looking at how serious king C2 is, and probably isn't serious, right? The rook on A7, it gets back in the game quite quickly. So the move is rook takes G1, rook takes C4, knight takes C4, knight G1. So black has a couple of extra pawns, but his pieces are somewhat discoordinated for the time being. But still seems to be very good for black. And that's, you know, that's kind of the most primitive line. So supposedly there is something better. Yeah, probably there is something better. So looks like Abdusattorov, yeah, is very close to a win. So one more time. So it's a check here, goes here. Check. I see, once again, see comments in the chat, there is rook g7, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, rook g7 is probably a good move, but so you're only one pawn down, but technically one pawn down, but do you really care about having two h pawns, right? And it gives black a tempo, right? So we could kind of look at this. I mean, maybe white is somehow still fighting, but there is a little doubt that black's better. So queen takes h4 was played, and rook went to e2. Queen h4 is a very ambitious move, I have to say. Because now, how do you continue now? You need you need some magic, like rook a7 to f7. Can you make it work? To kind of push the b pawn, put the c pawn somehow. No, rook a8, but that's a very long way. Knight g2, move with the tempo, then rook a3 over the third rank. I think he missed it. I mean, of course, this king is kind of never safe, right? So always going to be some threats, always going to be some counterplay. But the other line, the line that I was showing, looked very promising and, you know, and safe in a way. While here, there is no guarantee your attack is going to work. Yeah, after queen g4, rook a3 seems to be very, very nice touch. Ah, wait, you have rook f3 in that case. And somehow this pawn can't be taken, or can it? Queen e4 is just straight. Yeah, rook a3 played. I believe rook f3 is what you're supposed to do. Once again, just going by so-called exclusion, a method of exclusion, because if you allow rook g3, it's white who's attacking you, and he's also a piece up, right? So you absolutely have to play rook f3. And it also kind of works towards doubling the rooks on the f-file. So once again, seems perfectly logical. Well, the question is if rook takes e4 is a possibility. Because queen e4 is not that scary, I would argue. Or maybe it is. Hang on a second. Ah, no, rook f2, yeah. Rook f2 and queen e4. That's silly. But rook e4... Rook e4. So now rook f2 I can take with the queen, and the h3 knight is... I mean, that's one crazy position though. Queen takes e4. Now if you move the queen, some rook f8, and it's really annoying, right? And in case of rook h3, there is rook f8, and you can't save the queen, and your pieces are kind of terribly disorganized. That's a very sharp position. I mean, I don't know. Probably the computer would just tell you the answer, right? But for the human game, it's a very sharp position with absolutely unclear consequences. Yeah, knight e3, but this kind of switches off this rook, right? So rook on the third rank is no longer in play. So black simply has to go queen. Move the queen to g6, keep the e4 pawn protected, and then bring the other rook to f8 and hope that it's going to be enough. And just hope that it's going to be enough. Just notice Alekseenko is on 30 seconds. His opponent is close to 4 minutes still. Okay, let's check Vitiugov and Giri. Quite a lot of changes there. And now it's, I don't know, more or less clarified. It's Giri who is pressing, and if he wins d5, which seems like he does, if he wins d5, he's getting, you know, very dangerous passed pawns. Passed pawn, that is. Yeah, C is not yet a passed pawn, but you have to agree the d5 pawn is very, very valuable. And it's not clear what black can do. I mean, you can take a risk and capture on g6, but then pawn takes, yeah, king here, knight d5, king g6. I don't know, maybe white's... maybe I'm overestimating white's chances. Maybe black's perfectly fine. After all, he's a pawn up. Okay, let's see. Rook c to c6. Okay. Leaving the c4 square. But yeah, but in this case, you just trade and take on d5, right? Looks very promising for Anish. Will he win another one? That's a big question. That'd be, of course, fantastic performance, like 4 out of 4. And somebody has mentioned that... hang on a second. Somebody in the chat has mentioned that the next game is against Nodirbek. That's a very interesting, of course, very interesting game. Rook f6 and knight d5, yeah? Oh no, bishop f6 was played, sorry. Bishop f6 and knight d5. And Nikita has played bishop g5. Okay. Yeah, perhaps I just got overexcited. Now that I'm looking at this position, why on earth white's chances have to be that that much better, it's not clear. Bishop f4 is a good move. Yeah, white desperately needs to, to bring the rook in, e2 or possibly g2. Yeah, as of now, I believe rook g2 is what you want to play. Ideally, force black to take on f4 and, you cut off the king. Yeah, say black does some silly nonsense like rook c8. They just go rook g2. And if black captures, I mean, hopefully he does, we take back. And yeah, this does look like a very pleasant position because c4 will take off one day as soon as you leave the c-file. The king is kind of out of play. White has rook g6 potentially. So bishop f4, rook e6. So instead of doing a silly nonsense, Vitiugov, of course, comes up, which is a much more clever solution. But still, after rook f2, he's under pressure. So now f-pawn is targeted. Bishop g5 is a threat. I think black is forced now to capture on f4. And then, wait a second, I mean, he's forced to capture on f4, but it doesn't really help him because rook f4, I was expecting, kind of automatic recapture with the knight because it was the case on the previous move. But now rook f4 is much stronger because he simply captures the pawn, right? Okay, we'll see. So bishop f4 is out of question. He has to move the bishop to h4. Meanwhile, Gelfand and Andreikin has finished, and I believe it's a draw. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So it was straight up threefold repetition. So king f3, and it's not in your interest to try to take on h2 because bishop e8 wins the pawn back, and in this case, you're only in danger with black. Right, so it ended with king f3, rook a3, and a perpetual check. All right, so 3 games in progress. One more time. What do we have? Matlakov and Paravyan. Paravyan is completely busted, it seems. Yeah, just game over after d7. Move the bishop, queens are traded, rook e8, and then this is it. That's all she wrote. Then Alekseenko, Abdusattorov, I think, once again, it's safe to say that Alekseenko has outplayed Abdusattorov. He could have already traded the queens, but he went knight f5. The rook c7 is coming, like everything adds up. Everything adds up. Knight d3, and you can go queen c7, but I just wanted to say that queen c7 kind of a pensioner's move, but queen g3 with the idea to play rook c7 just finishes the game on a spot, it seems. And it's Abdusattorov who in fact gets checkmated here. So the only game which is unclear yet is this Giri game against Vitiugov. Or maybe it is clear because white has just won a pawn, and Anish looks on his way to 4th straight win, which is really impressive. King h6 and rook f6 was played, just swapping the rooks, simplifying into the knight's ending where white king can get to f5. I mean, I'm afraid it's just a winning position. So the only kind of a slight chance that I can see is to push the g-pawn, which he doesn't do, surprisingly. I thought like pushing the g-pawn, I mean, probably this is just terrible, right? Because your king is too far away. It's knight e5, and the knight moves, you just go here, the d-pawn marches. And but what Vitiugov did, I don't think it's going to help. It's knight a5, king e4. It's already a threat of going king f5 and so on. Knight c4, you just move the pawn forward. Maybe he's hoping for that, right? And this, and then if you're careless to play d7, he's going to play knight c5 and collect all of your pawns. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens. Hang on a second. d5 and knight b2. Can you somehow trick him here? Maybe Giri just blundered this one. Can this be right? Because that's an important resource, right? You take d7, check, king goes, takes, and yeah, it does look like a draw because there is also the a pawn, right? You'll need your knight to stop the g pawn. There is also the a pawn. So I don't believe White has any chance to win this one. So after knight b2, he'd better look for something else. And when I say look for something else, in fact, it's not that easy to suggest what to look for. Because, yeah, I mean, d6 we probably do play. And then something along the lines of, maybe that just wins. King e5, now d7 is a threat, so knight c5 is the only move. Knight e4. So you have to play knight d7, and then it's king c6, king e6, and still not clear, right? So it's knight to b8. Once again, White is ready, Black is ready, of course, to trade the pawn for a knight. a5, were you guys suggesting? Well, actually, a5 might be very clever, because kind of psychologically I was against this move because you kind of help Black to create a passed pawn, right? But if there is no other move but knight a4 in this position, then a5, of course, is a great idea. And then you go king d4, once again threatening d7, and after knight b6 you go c4. And a4, you go c5. And it's still tricky. And it's still tricky because, yeah, your only way of stopping the a-pawn is, is king c3, and then it's a check and knight c5. Yeah, those knights are tricky pieces, So Anish spent already more than a minute in this position and still can't see the clear-cut solution. So maybe he just let it slip a little. Alekseenko, Abdusattorov, I'm checking. Somehow Abdusattorov managed not to fall apart after queen g3, because he went queen f6, yeah, and rook c7 was met with rook f7. But of course, it should be a technical win. It should be a technical win for Alekseenko. f5, pawn takes, now some queen c7, even better. Yeah, queen to c7, and then knight to f4. The king's probably safe? Question mark. Okay, I don't know why this game is still in progress. I mean this Alekseenko game. So let's go back to Giri. Yeah, the game which is on the screen right now. Giri spent nearly all of his time, went with king f5, and after this capture went knight e4. b6 was played, d6, knight b6. All right, so now he can... What can he do? He can try to be a little bit slower but greedier, playing king g4 than taking on g5. He captures on g5 immediately, which makes a lot of sense. So knight takes g5, I presume king h5. No, king h5 was not played, interestingly, so a pawn starts to run. A pawn starts to run. So what's then? Or maybe b pawn's going to run. So b4 in order to, So basically, you see three suspects. It's H, D, and C pawn, and then you identify your options of how to deal with them. So this we're going to take with the king. For this, we're going to trade our knight, and our task is to exchange the C pawn. I mean, something like that. So that's the logic behind it, Okay, so knight b6 takes a5, knight e4, king takes h5 now. Meanwhile, Alekseenko, what? Alekseenko lost, it says. Alekseenko has lost. That's incredible. That's why this game was in progress. Queen c7, king h6, knight f4, a check on a2 was missed. A check on a2 was missed, and then knight c2, he simply blundered a very basic tactic. That's such an unlucky turn of events for Kirill, Alekseenko, and of course Abdusattorov. Just gets a free point, I want to say. All right, and that's a very tricky endgame here. Look, knight c5, b4, and c4 was played by Anish. King h4, a mysterious move, I have to say. King e6. King g3, where the king's running. d7, of course, yeah. Knight takes d7, you take with the king, yeah. And then... All right, so the knight stops the pawns, but at the same time, you kind of need to move your own pawn, right? And that's not easy. King f3, king to c6. The king is on time to b5, right? So that's one critical position. King b5, king d4. And then, no, you just give a check and take on b3. No, there is nothing critical about this position. It seems that, yeah, Anish Giri just won. So it's 4 out of 4, and absolutely tremendous performance by Anish Giri. Obviously, he's extending his lead, so he's on 4 points, and the closest rival should be Anton Korobov on 2.5, and quite possibly 2.5 as well for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that's the cross table, as you can see yourself. Yep, 2 closest pursuitors are Abdusattorov and Korobov, both on +1, and Anish Giri so far is unchallenged, 4 wins in 4 rounds. Yeah, absolutely impressive performance. Vitiugov is getting pushed back to joint last with Dmitry and Andreikin. So those 2 brilliant players, not only both of them on -2, but haven't won a single game. And yeah, so how many? 3 players left on 50%, -1 for Paravyan and Alekseenko. Alekseenko could have been in the opposite situation, of course, just gave away in the whole piece and the winning position. Alrighty, so that'll be it for round 4. We have 1 more round to go, but this will happen after a short break. Don't go too far. Round 5 is on its way. Okay, and here I am back again. Round 5, the last round for today, but we have 4 more tomorrow, let's not forget. Round 5 of Tolstoy Cup will start right now. Once again, let's quickly look at the cross table. The reminder is that we have a sole leader, the man who won literally all the games he played, 4 out of 4 for Anish, Giri, and in this round he will face Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who is 1.5 points behind, but still in a joint second. So, you know, the leader and the runner-up are facing each other. And yeah, another player in plus is Anton Korobov, also 2.5, not a single loss yet. Yeah, let me update on a cross table. Yeah, I've spotted Tomashevsky is also without a loss, but also without a single win, so on 50%. Evgeny Tomashevsky. Yeah, so the pairing for round 5: Vitiugov, Matlakov, Abdusattorov, Giri, Andreikin, Alekseenko, Tomashevsky, Gelfand, and David Paravyan will face Anton Korobov. Right, so the players taking a press right before the start of the round, and yeah, thank you guys in the chat for, you know, helping me out with the commentary on this one. Have to confess, yesterday's opening ceremony was held in the restaurant, so you can imagine the commentator is a little bit tired. Right, so here we go. 1d4 from Abdusattorov, and I think this will be the game we'll concentrate the most in the 5th round. And a Grunfeld defense from Anish Giri. I hope that Abdusattorov will pick up, you know, an entertaining line at the very least, so not something, because very often nowadays in the Grunfeld you have 20 moves of theory. Do you know this line? I know this line, kind of draw, right? Here, at least, there is a slight hope for, yeah, after bishop d2. The bishop d2 line, trying to recall, I mean, I played myself a few times. It had a spike in popularity. Once again, I think Gelfand kind of brought it to the stage. I think it all started on elite level by Gelfand playing it against Swidler. Then it was played by Vichy in the World Championship match against Magnus and so on and so on. It was played quite a bit on the high level, but then somehow it sort of petered out. People figured out what to do. Okay, c5. In fact, c5, if I remember well, wasn't considered to be the move that you want to play, right? D takes, bishop g7, rook c1. That's quite interesting, and Giri starts thinking right now. It's so fascinating, this Grunfeld thing, that you can... it was illustrated by Daniil Dubov, I believe, that strangely enough, the black's position is so powerful in terms of generating counterplay that you can look for new ways on, like, move 5 sometimes, move 6, and you can pretty much always play c5, sacrifice the pawn, and say, so be it, I'm pawn down, I'll, yeah, arrange some piece play. Okay, castle short, rook to c1. To me it looks like, yeah, white's just up a pawn, and go figure how you get the c5 pawn back. Knight a6. Is knight a6 a legit move? Maybe, right? Knight a6 targeting c5, but then white can, the very least, white can play e4. It could be that this is a theoretical line, in fact. And then, you know, and then some captures, takes on d1, king d1, takes on c3, rook c3, some bishop e6, rook c8 quickly. No, that's nonsense, perhaps, because here I'm just taking on a6. No, that's not how it's supposed to be played. But maybe knight b4 though. Knight b4, rook d8. Maybe start with rook d8 and knight b4. Even this is a possibility. Okay, let me see. Anish plays knight c6, so he has no intentions of winning the c5 pawn back anytime soon. So simply healthy development, and yeah. So white won a pawn, but he's still the king in the center, the bishop still on f1, and here, of course, e4 will be answered with something like knight b4, and then trying to get to d3. So not all that simple. Okay, since players are pausing at the early stage, so just quickly let's look at the other games. Vitiugov with Matlakov. Vitiugov insists on his knight ge2 Carlsbad thing against the Nimzo Indian, and we've seen in the game with Korobov, I think rook e8 was played here, an immediate bishop d6, bishop d2, b7, b6, castles. So it's a little bit tricky. Anton Korobov, he went a6 and c5 very quickly after white played f3, right? Here it's a little bit different. So b6 kind of implies that the bishop will be played to b7. So that's perhaps the setup black is looking for, right? Knight to d7, bishop to b7, perhaps involves a7, a6 at some point. You'll need to stop knight b5. And yeah, and then try to control the center and play c7, c5 when the opportunity presents itself. So once again, that's kind of a stage of the game where you figure out the plans with white and so on and so on. And even in a rapid chess, you tend to spend some time in such situations. Okay, then what else do we have? Andreikin with Alekseenko, quite a fresh position already. Queen's Gambit accepted, e3 by Dmitry Andreikin, an immediate e5. Bishop takes, knight c6, knight f3, e4. Well, I want to say something unusual. Queen to g5, and it turns out it's very awkward for white, right? You can't really castle because of that. You can't really castle. Bishop h3 and you lose the exchange, right? You don't want to be playing g3 because then you probably just give black a very comfy development with knight f6, bishop f5, you know, all those like easy coming moves. The h pawn will be launched as soon as you castle short. So queen g5, and white decided to simply capture on e4, queen g2, knight g3. Okay. Knight c3 and bishop d6. And it's awkward. I mean, if white finished the development already, like if white has bishop on d2, say queen on f3, castles long, then yeah, then it might be promising, right? So the pawn center and the fact that the g file is open might play to white's benefit. But it's a big if white will be or will not be able to accomplish the development, because somehow black pieces are coming into play much faster, right? So some bishop g4 with the tempo at some point, like queen f3, perhaps knight f6 is what you do, and then the very next move is already, on the next move you can play bishop g4. You're actually threatening bishop g4, right? Like they're winning the queen. Okay. So to me, it looks like black does well. Bishop d6 is a novelty. Knight f6 is popular, and bishop d6 is a novelty. Okay, good to know. I mean, I wonder how big of a threat bishop takes g3 is. I mean, what you could do is queen f3, knight f6, and some knight e4 here. So bishop g4 is no longer a threat. You can take on f6 twice. If knight e4, once again, you are not all that impressed. You can take with the queen, play bishop d2, castle later. There is a funny knight h6 move, I've just come to realize. there is a funny move, knight h6, which, well, pretty much serves the purpose of protecting f7 and kind of does not allow the exchange. But then there is a check, yes. I mean, maybe it's not that clever after all. Okay, so here, once again, players are pausing, and I'm a little bit, you know, kind of starting to suspect that could it be once again the transmission issue, because kind of all the game frozen all of a sudden. We really need a confirmation that, you know, moves are coming in. That's the game between Tomashevsky and Gelfand, and here I have no clue whatsoever on what's happening. Basically, it was no opening, knight f3, c5, e3. Or, I mean, some people would call it English opening and be right. So technically, it could be like 1 c4 and then a transposition. But or what else? Some Reti with colors reversed. Also an option. Grunfeld, also an option. CD5 and surprisingly Queen D5. Queen F5. Trying to figure out. There is, you know, there is a line in the Queen's Indian where you can have the same position with colors reversed. And yeah, of course, white being white and therefore having one more tempo. So it's kind of Queen F5 and Queen F4 in that case, and once again white to move. So some sort of Rook D8 would be a move in this position. Knight H4 is a very, very, very surprising move, I have to say. Well, perhaps Queen D7. Was Queen on F5 that much annoying that white needed to play Knight H4? Because Queen D7 looks very natural, in fact. I mean, it's on the way of the bishop, yeah, but black was never planning to develop the bishop on this diagonal at first place, right? It was always about b6, bishop b7. So queen on d7 is actually kind of fine. And what the what the knight on h4 is doing is remains to be seen, unless white is planning. I mean, it might be a terrible move positionally, but at least it's an attempt to justify why the knight went to h4. I'm confused. And if you look at Boris Gelfand on the camera view, he seems to be confused either with this knight h4. Queen to d7, yeah, perfectly logical. Queen to d7, and let's see what Tomashevsky means by playing knight h4. I mean, there is nothing wrong with coming back to f3, right? And saying, okay, while you'll be arranging your b6, bishop b7 thing, I'll just play d4, and it's perfectly fine. And that's what Tomashevsky done. I mean, he just went knight f3. But I mean, first of all, it's asking for a repetition with white on move 11. And more than that, I believe black has better moves than queen f5 in this position. So almost kind of given up the idea of fighting for an advantage with white. So. But I can imagine it's somewhat difficult for Evgeny Tomashevsky, because he used to work with Boris Gelfand, and you know it's very hard to play, especially opening-wise. It's very hard to play with somebody whom you worked a lot with on the opening theory. All right, and we have one more game, a crazy Sicilian David Paravyan against Anton Korobov. Yeah, by the way, you can pay attention to the camera view. Gelfand indeed just played b6. He's not repeating. He wants a fight. Right, so what do we have here? Once again, a strange mixture of the Naidov, and then, yeah, so it's a Naidov moves order, and then after h3, black went knight c6, transposing it into a Richter-Rauser with, yeah, h3 and a6 inclusions. Bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop e6, bishop e7. So now it kind of takes the independent path with queen on f3, g5, But there is always a feeling that white has lost the tempo. I mean, by doing so, by playing h3, g4, and later on h4, right? There is always a feeling like if we compare this one to an English attack where the pawn is on f3, right? You still spend the tempo on pushing the pawn to f3, but yeah, but kind of seems a bit more solid. King b1, knight to c4. Once again, all standard. Knight to d5, and black just played b7, b5. Yeah. Looking at this position, kind of first thing to think about is it's absolutely not clear if black will have a chance to, to attack the king. I mean, white's position, believe it or not, but it is very solid. I mean, if anything, he can return the bishop to c1, right? If you capture on e3, first of all, it's white to move, right? Okay, let's imagine white plays rook g1, for instance. I don't know if it's a good move. If you capture on e3, white has this as an option. So take with the pawn, cover those squares. I mean, maybe you'll need them. Then bishop h3, and then eventually, work towards h5 and g6. And rook g1 was just played, yeah. Rook g1 was just played. It's a useful move. I mean, it kind of creates a threat of knight f6, which is not really a threat, but the possibility of knight f6, let's call it this. The possibility of knight f6. It might be a threat, though. Let's imagine black plays a5, we give a check, then we somehow agree that taking with the bishop is bad, so king h7, and then takes on h7, give a check on h5, go g6, and yeah, and black is not in trouble, so pardon me, I'm blind, I've completely missed bishop f6, no. That's not how chess works. So check, king h8, maybe it's nothing, I don't know, maybe it's not, maybe it doesn't work. But still, white's position does look promising to me, simply because I don't know how black is planning to, how black is planning to develop the counterplay of his own. This knight on d5, at some point, it has to be dealt with. And by dealt with, I mean exchanged, right? And if you take on d5 right here, there are issues. As like the simple one is that white simply captures back. And even with, with all those exchanges, like you take on e3, you can go to a5 and trade another pair of knights. This position is simply bad. This position is simply bad. I mean, the bishop on e7 will never become a real piece, it seems. So you'll have to play g6, because otherwise, h5 and g6 will be played by white. You'll have to play g6, and you will have to survive this kind of attacks, like h5, queen h3, like literally bringing everything to the h-file. Seems to be pretty scary. Okay, so Korobov thinking. a5 played. Okay, so we figured out knight f6 is possible, but doesn't bring anything, at least like immediately, because of king h8. Okay. Okay, so a5 played. Well, at least, yeah, a5, you want to play a4, you want to win some tempi, maybe at some point jump the knight to b4, could be an idea. All right, so the game is on. Andreikin with Alekseenko simplified the game quite a bit. In fact, interestingly, knight h6 was played after bishop f1, queens were traded, bishop e7, that's the position, so white is safe in terms of, yeah, I mean, he will finish the development, bishop d2 comes naturally, bishop g2, perhaps get the bishop on a long diagonal. I start to like white here, this mobile center. I mean, if you won't be able to kind of challenge it immediately, right? If you allow white to build up the position, then perhaps those central pawns sooner or later they'll start moving. So knight to d5, kind of asking for bishop d8 perhaps. right? I mean, there is similarly no other option of protecting c7. I don't think you want to play. I don't think you want to play king d8 here. So bishop d8. Or it turns out that you can castle, and that's exactly what Kirill Alekseenko did. Castle short, bishop g2. So what would have happened in case of knight takes c7? I suspect something like that. I mean, I don't know if it's good, but seems to be logical at least. Bishop to f5. So you can't take on a8 because bishop e4, right? So you have to go knight g3, and then rook c8, and knight f5, and you take on f5. And try to play for some sort of initiative like that. And I don't know if it works. It might, right? Takes, and it's pretty unpleasant to protect against this knight c2 threat. King d1, and then white, I mean, kind of doesn't lose the material immediately, but black's gonna continue jumping. All right, so the pawn was not taken. Bishop g2 was played, bishop d8, and bishop d2. White's better, you know? And not even a long castle that I was thinking initially, but simply put the rook on c1, castle short, and it's a very unpleasant pressure on those two. Okay. So, we've discussed that. We once again gonna visit Vitiugov and Matlakov, and for a change, it's a very, very lively position here. The hanging pawns, which are targeted pretty badly, in fact, right? So the bishop is nice on a5. The question, however, is... no, c4... Oh, wait a second, what? c4 you can take. Everything is pinned. So you can take, and after rook e4, which was my concern, you actually do not react, right? Or you do react. Hang on a second. Yeah, I thought like you moved the queen, but then rook takes c4 is actually possible. Rook c4, bishop b5, yeah? Black ends up having two minor pieces against the rook and a pawn. Is c4 a move? We are about to find out, because it was played. So c4, and there is no way back for white. There is no way back, because knight c7, I mean, bishop d6 is there, but you can also take on d3. So white is absolutely forced to capture on c4, right? Rook e4 is played. Whoa. Does it mean that Vitiugov has blundered? He still has... Wait a second, does he have that? Not really, right? Well, perhaps the best thing he has is queen f3, rook takes c4, rook takes c4, bishop b5, and then just play this position. But guess what? In the middle game, two minor pieces should be stronger than a rook. Even though I can see a setup like with knight on d4, maybe pawn b3, pawn h3, kind of cover all the important squares so that it won't be that easy, right? It won't be that easy for black. Maybe it's playable, but certainly something that you won't be, it's kind of, you won't enter voluntarily. So I think he simply blundered the c4 thing. It was already kind of awkward on the other hand, because c4 is a threat, right? The knight is pinned. Maybe he was already no way back. Maybe he entered this line a bit earlier. Yeah, so queen f3 played, rook takes c4 will be played, or is there a chance for something else, really? No, rook takes c4, yeah, rook takes c4, and bishop takes b5. Okay. Perhaps a chance for Matlakov. And yeah, finally, let's go back to Giri and Abdusattorov, because I was kind of announcing that this is, you know, the key game of the round, and so on and so on, and then abandoned and never came back. Right, so that's what we've seen. E3 was played, knight went to b4, a3, trade over here happened, queen e2, bishop f5, e4, exchange there, bishop g4, bishop e3. I mean, it's a pawn, right? f5, h3, trade here, f4, bishop d2, knight d4, king d3, can take on f3, right? But he didn't, and now he takes on f3, gives another check, and knight b3. So it will be black who's up a pawn, because when I've switched to this position, I thought, yeah, okay, so he wins the pawn back, but he already collected one on f3. So it's going to be black who's up a pawn in a very, very promising position, it seems, right? So black being up a pawn, it's this line, bishop to c1. Then how to do it properly? Maybe take on c3 here, so that white will have to take back, and then you take here, and then, yeah, rooks are getting traded, bishop f4 and knight e4, and you actually win the other one. You win the other one, so that's just game. So maybe in fact white just needs to play f3, right? White just needs to play f3. Anish decided the other way, so no, he didn't. Yeah, I thought he's going to take on c5 immediately. And my point was that you don't want to be taking on c5, not to allow some extra options like knight c5. And Anton Korobov has finished the game. He simply blundered everything. I don't know what happened. a5, bishop h3, queen d7, and he overlooked knight c5. And he overlooked knight c5. It's a disaster. And perhaps was hoping for knight d4 and simply blundered. I mean, he blundered the whole caboodle. We have knight e7 and then knight f8 and everything falls. Like literally everything falls. Whoa. So that's life. Look, and Tomashevsky already made a draw against Gelfand. So that you leave the game, you come back, and there is no game anymore. So all of a sudden we are left with only 3 games here. Andreikin, Alekseenko. Actually, something is building up. Yeah, as I said, I fancy Andreikin's chances. So more space, more active pieces, kind of more pawns in the center. So perhaps he managed to trick his opponent. Vitiugov, Matlakov, it's that position where, I mean, it's not hopeless for Vitiugov, but it's clearly in Matlakov's favor. And then, of course, Abdusattorov and Giri, that's the position. Yeah, knight c5 was played, rooks were traded, bishop c3, bc3, knight e4. As I said, it seems that black is winning yet another pawn. Well, perhaps the key variation. Yeah, perhaps that's what you have to do. You have to play bishop e3, and you have to pray that you are going to take on a7, which is not guaranteed, by the way, because there is knight b5, and if you do this, there is knight d4. So it's very likely that black will end up being 2 pawns up. And what a start for Anish Giri. So on 4 out of 4 with, 2 extra pawns in this position. And what's interesting, if he wins, because Korobov lost as well. So if Anish wins, he'd be like 2 points ahead guaranteed, and possibly even more. That's incredible. Okay, king c2 played. So if I got it right, the point is that if black captures on f2, White's planning rook h2, hitting the knight, and if knight goes to e4, then rook e2, once again attacking the knight, hoping to grab on e7. But Anish takes it, so he apparently has spotted something. There is knight d3, of course. There is, or there isn't. Wait a second. Rook h2. No, knight d3 is nonsense. Yeah, there is knight d3 and knight e1 check. That's why. So I was looking at knight d3 somehow with rook being on first rank. And I thought, yeah, but then rook d1 and it's a pin and, you know, even though there is still rook f8, right? But after rook d2, you just give a check, you trade, and you 2 pawns up, and the knight escapes, and it's just completely winning. 2 pawns up for Anish. Meanwhile, we have another result, and it's simply a draw for Vitiugov and Matlakov. So Matlakov decided that his position is not as much better as I thought. Queen f5, bishop d7 just offer a draw. So we are left with 2 games only. It's Andreikin with Alekseenko, that complex queenless middle game, I want to call it. I mean, it's not yet an endgame. We have opposite castles, and we have like potential for black king to be under some sort of an attack, right? And yeah, and we have this Giri game where Anish is just 2 pawns up for good. Knight h3, right? You just take the third one. Yeah, just take the third one. Bishop h6. I mean, it's a win. It's a win. The knight is a bit awkward, right? And e7 is hanging. Could it be a chance? Because king f7, the move that I've originally thought was, you know, was the answer, perhaps runs into some awkward rook e3, and then the knight is attacked, and you can't really play knight f2 because of a check. And knight g1, you know, it's an immediate rook e1. You can't play knight f3 because of this, right? So it is awkward after bishop h6. It's not clear how exactly you're supposed to protect e7, because in case of rook e2, it's a repetition, right? Or not even that, but rook h1 wins a piece. Was it a little bit careless to take another pawn on h3? Hang on a second. Let's go back to this position. So after rook e1, was it a better move? Interestingly, knight d3 doesn't really work, because rook d1, and I was hoping for rook f8, but then there is bishop h6. And you can go on with this line, actually. You can play you can play knight f2, you can go on with this line, but after rook d7, I don't think it's white who's playing for a win. Because, yeah, if you lose b7, the moment white gets, you know, the passed pawn with white pieces being that active, you no longer play for a win, I'm afraid. It's a nice defensive, or rather counter-attacking idea from Nodirbek, and he's back in the game. He's back in the game, and it won't be that easy for Anish to find a way out. G5 is something I would consider. I don't know if it works. Like G5, rook e7, but it's of course it's much more. It's much sharper, right? G5, rook e7, rook d6. Of course, that's the only reason you play G5 at first place. And the bishop looks trapped, but there is a square. So bishop goes to G7. And you run forward, and it's bishop e5. And then, you know, even if you start collecting those, maybe... No, you just block the g-pawn for now. You block g-pawn for now, and then it's really, really complex. All right, so Anish went with rook to... Hang on a second. Anish went with rook to e8, and rook d1 was played. So now the knight is getting out via f2, or not really. G5 was Anish's decision. That's interesting. Oh, because now he has 3 extra pawns, so he's willing to pay one of them in order to establish the coordination. That's a clever choice. That's a clever choice, yeah. G5. Yeah, I was thinking knight f2, rook d7, knight g4, and you know, I understand it's going to be a race, right? Because white's going to take the b7 pawn and the c pawn will start marching, but black seems to be too many, right? So the h pawn, the e pawn, something's going to promote. But yeah, g5 is an intelligent move which kind of denies the counterplay. Okay, rook d3. Now what you can do is... wait a second. What do you do? I mean, you can play g4, give up the g pawn. Say, go to f7. After this capture, go rook g8. But it's tricky, right? So instead, Anish goes knight f4, attacking the rook, and gets rook e3 in response. Okay, but that gives him an option to stabilize easily by going king f7, and after bishop g5 just playing e5, and that be it. That be it, because it's, you know, too many enemy, as Jan Gustafsson likes to say. Rook f5, so rook e4, and after king d3, you still have an extra pawn, so rook e3 just wins. Rook e3 just wins. So, nicely played by Anish. Nicely played by Anish, exactly that's what he has done. c4, but then, okay, I mean, you probably lift the rook to e6. I mean, you just need to, you know, somehow... Yeah, the moment your king is on f5, you've won the game. The moment your king is on f5, you've won the game. h5, yeah, doesn't spoil anything. h5... Maybe knight g6, king e6, king f5, something like that. All right, and I'll check Andreikin's game against Alekseenko. Alekseenko seemingly falls apart because, yeah, plays pretty quickly, and the position is getting harder and harder. d6, it's a nice little trick, and bishop d5 is kind of not possible to avoid. So an extra exchange, and seems completely winning position for white. Got nicely outplayed by Dmitry Andreikin. Yeah, we are up for a quick round, it seems. So with three game finishing very kind of very quickly. Yeah, beautiful observation, Nick, in the chat. Yeah, this knight, the black knight, it captured 5 pawns. That's absolutely incredible, right? This knight captured 5 pawns. This horse is well fed indeed. Which round is that? It's a 5th and the last round for today, but 4 more rounds tomorrow. Okay, so king d2. Yeah, as I said, it's just I mean, black just needs the way to get the king to f5, and that be it. And then you free the rook, and... Okay, Anish probably, yeah, b6 makes sense once again. Play a useful move, stop white from advancing the c pawn. And then, yeah, if you wish, you can go back to well, going back to g6 allows a check, and this is something you don't want to do. It's still just a tiny bit tricky. Still just a tiny bit tricky. Yeah, the main problem, of course, that you cannot go king g6 because of a capture, right? Otherwise, it'd be trivial. Okay, rook goes to e1. Rook e6 is another kind of solidifying move, making sure that everything's protected. Rook f1. And rook f1 allows rook g6, right? That's something that perhaps Nodirbek has missed. No, not really. Rook f6, you have rook h1, and you're winning one of the pawns, and you're able to stop the other one. So I thought, yeah, rook h5, f3, and you're just on time with king e1, which gives you chances. I mean, you might be still lost, but that's the best position White had in a long while. You're probably not lost, though, because, yeah, some c5 exchanges. Okay, so what to do then? I mean, the other thing, of course, is that you can play king g6, just take, go king g5, and claim that the king is cut off and the h-pawn is marching. Which might be, might be a legit claim. But yeah, but it seems that Anish kind of blundered this one. Was it possible on the previous move? And interestingly, so he didn't play it here. He didn't play it here because of, don't know, a check and rook d4. Maybe it's still there. Yeah, I've completely forgotten. It's still there. There is a check and rook d4. There is a check and rook d4, and everything's still protected. Then there is nothing to discuss then. Yeah, if rook is getting to d4 and then, king e3, and just go rook d4, right? No, Anish decided to give a check. King e4 and king e6. That's tricky. That's tricky because, I mean, he has all the benefits of rook d4 plus an extra tempo. Because now, in case of bishop f4, there is a check, and then rook takes, and obviously White cannot go for the pawn ending, right? He cannot trade the rooks. If he cannot trade the rooks, he has to resign because black is 2 pawns up. Yeah, so that's a very, very clever way of kind of achieving the same but under more favorable circumstances. And now he's threatening to capture yet another pawn, or rook d4, rook c4 will win him. Yeah, I mean, but basically just wins. Basically just wins. So, and we'll be left with only one game where, yeah, you can see. So Nodirbek resigns, and Anish Giri looks absolutely unstoppable with 5 out of 5. And when I said it's hard to predict who's going to win the event, I meant before the start, because after day 1, it's very clear who's a huge favorite with 5 out of 5, Anish Giri. Okay, so switching to Andreikin and Alekseenko. Alekseenko has managed to capture yet another pawn on e3, but his position looks completely lost, if you ask me. I mean, it's not the number of pawns what matters, right? But the fact that Black King is cut off on the last rank, I think, yeah, that leaves Black with absolutely no chance of survival. Rook takes b7, yeah, plain and simple. Just take on b7. If this knight dared to capture one of the pawns, then just rook e7 should win. Rook e7 should just win. Okay, rook to c8. You can play king d2. No, wait, king d2 you have to be careful with, because then there is a check, and knight f6, you know. No, and rook f7 just wins. Yeah, rook f7 just wins. But Andreikin preferred to go king b2. Andreikin preferred to go king b2, after which knight f4 was played. Yeah, of course, second rook on the 7th rank. But then knight d3 check. And what, knight c5 perhaps? I don't quite understand what's the trick here. If you want, you can actually go to a3, because this only looks like a blunder. Knight c5, king b4, attacking the rook, right, threatening checkmate. So Black will have to take. You take on c3, and then a pawn decides. Simply because the king is cut off, the knight is terribly placed. All right, but Andreikin chose the other one. He went to c2. After knight e5, captures one pawn. Then, I mean, this looks very obvious, right? Just give a check, collect the rook on c8. But maybe you don't need to do this. Maybe just go to a7. After that, yeah, that's what Dmitry is going to do. Yeah, he went to a7. After king g8, he'll move the other rook. Do we have players' interview? I'm not sure. Maybe there's certainly going to be something recorded, but since it's in Russian, you know, most players are Russian speaking. All of them, in fact, Russian speaking. As you know, Anish was born in Russia and, of course, speaks perfect Russian. And the attention of media, it's, you know, mostly, if not all of them, are Russian speaking. So I don't know if there will be any interviews in English, and not sure if live. Yeah. All right, so king g8, rook to c7. And yeah, once again, it's a disaster for black to trade the rooks. It's a disaster for black to keep the rooks. I would probably trade the rooks because it doesn't matter. I mean, it's lost anyway. Rook e8, rook takes a4, and then he'll come back, and then he'll push the a pawn. Yeah, okay. Black desperately tries to generate some sort of counterplay. So g5, you just go back, right? I mean, putting two rooks on the 7th rank never been a bad idea. Okay, f4. Now you can, and probably should, just force the rook trade. Yeah, give a check, king f8. I mean, you can take the pawn as well. I mean, anything wins, anything goes. Yeah, I think capturing the pawn is good enough. Or maybe, if I want to be cute here, it's rook h7 first, threatening a checkmate, right? King g8, then you give this check, and you take now. So having kind of an added benefit of rook h8 check and, you know, trade the rooks. Yeah, and rook h7 is played, so king g8, as I said, yeah, check with the other rook to g7, king f8, and now take on g5, and that's game. I don't think black has any single chance. Now who draws all games? Now, yeah, Anish got a substitute in in this tournament. It's Evgeny Tomashevsky. Now, so Anish does, I don't know, a Fischer thing, 5 out of 5, yeah, and Tomashevsky does the Anish thing now. He's the only player with all draws. All right, f4. What happened then? Sorry, I've missed a few moves. g5, rook e6. Yeah, to avoid the rook trade. Check on f5, king g8, rook h3. I mean, you can't do much. Can't do much. The f pawn is lost as well because f3 allows rook g3, right? And okay, knight g6. Can't be serious. Yeah, the a pawn goes forward. And, you know, I mean, one of those positions where literally anything wins. And I hate to say this because, yeah, I'm always for precision till the end and so on, looking for the most, you know, safest win or the fastest win. But that's one of those positions, like any plan you want to execute. I mean, you are free to go rook f3, blunder the h2 pawn to a check, then take on f4, right? So you're only playing the rook endgame with one extra pawn, and it's still completely winning because the king is cut off. Okay, so a5 played, rook to e1. Rook d3, so going after the d pawn. Yeah, absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance. Okay, some jumping. Knight to e5. It's a desperate attempt, but yeah, it's. I mean, there is no chance it's going to succeed. Rook takes d6, f3. You can get this pawn to f2 even, but how do you promote it? And by the time you promote it, I mean, you win an exchange, so white still has a completely winning position, even if you somehow magically manage to get it to f2. And okay, just a6. Just a6. Not much to do. All right, and this is game. So Andreikin wins. I believe it's his first win in this tournament. If I didn't mix up things, yeah, he wins. And Alekseenko, I wonder if he's on clear last after this loss. All right, so that was it. The round 5 and the first day of Tolstoy Cup is in the books. So please make sure to come back tomorrow for more chess, so 4 more rounds. And yeah, Anish looks unstoppable, of course, but we'll see. Maybe there'll be someone to at least to try to fight against Anish. Yeah, and nobody has +1. Yeah, so you know it kind of reminds me of this notorious double round robin in Linares. I don't quite remember what year it was when Kasparov has won with +5 and rest of the players finished on -1. So now we kind of have the same sort of situation. So Anish on +5 and the second best result is 50%, which is, you can see a lot of players on 50%. So it's basically Andreikin and Alekseenko, and Vitiugov, so 3 players in minus. More than half of the players on 50%, and Anish far, far away, absolutely unstoppable with 5 out of 5. All right, so that will be it. Thanks for watching. Thanks to those who were supporting me in the chat. Yeah, it's we are not that many, but quality counts for something. So thanks very much, and make sure to come back tomorrow for the second final day of Tolstoy Cup.